Very simple, because you are too weak. Yi Tian's words fall down, and Yang Fei's eyes immediately show his anger. His 5 fingers suddenly squeeze tightly, and new and old hatreds rush to his heart. Heaven and man, weak? My God, Yi Tian won't be in the limelight recently. He doesn't know who he is, does he? On the internet, everyone says that heaven and man are the strong chosen by this era, and the times will change because of them. If they are all weak, what are we? Little ant? Although I support Yi Tian, I don't think he is the kind of person with a small stomach, but I think his words are really a little flattering. If heaven and man are weak, I'm afraid there will be no strong man in the world. It's not only Yang Fei, but also other students around. Even those students who supported Yi Tian think Yi Tian's words are too much. Although they know Yi Tian's skill is excellent, it's just kung fu, but the means of heaven and man are more than kung fu. It seems that I have to let you feel before you know whether I am weak or you are weak. Yang Fei listened to the voice around, angry heart, this just slightly improved some, and then proud looking at Yi Tian, cold way. It's true that only when you feel powerful, you will know that what you think is powerful is just a joke. When Yi Tian heard this, he laughed indifferently, looked directly into Yang Fei's eyes, and said faintly, Yi Tian, it seems that you really don't know who you are. Let me use this fire to wake you up. Yang Fei's face was cold. His 5 fingers pinched tightly and followed him closely. His eyes twinkled fiercely. With a slight move, a small fireball rushed towards Yi Tian. Although the fireball is not big, it can burn very strongly. It makes people feel that if they dare to touch it with their fists, they will burn a lot of bubbles in an instant. Even one hand may burn into fly ash and disperse in the world. A joke, dare to say this kind of words to me, I see, you really do not know who you are, or let me wake you up. Yi Tian smiles indifferently, as if he doesn't feel the fiery heat. He gently raises his hand and grabs the fireball. Yi Tian, be careful. Shi Xiong sees this, in the eye immediately peeps out the uneasy color, reminds to the leaf day. These days, he saw Yang Fei use this method in school. The fire didn't look very big, but it fell on the stone. Even the hard rock could be burned and burst. Although Yi Tian was strong, his hands were flesh and blood after all. How could he resist the terrible fire attack? The dead thing. Yang Fei sneered and his eyes were filled with the joy of revenge. He has long wanted to kill Yi Tian's prestige, so that he and Nyosu could only trample on his feet before, but suddenly became famous in the campus. He took away all the fame that originally belonged to them and felt the pain of losing them. Just before Yi Tian, boxing is too fierce, he is very worried, he can't clean up Yi Tian. On the contrary, he was beaten by Yi Tian. But now, he has become heaven and man, standing aloof, as in the sky, overlooking all living beings. He believes that with his own ability, Yi Tian can be easily solved, so that this guy who has been in the limelight recently can understand that he can only be trampled on by himself. Shwa! In a flash, Yi Tian's hand has already fallen on the flame Yang Fei is fighting. Ah! Seeing this scene, the students around immediately lost their voice and exclaimed. Even some timid boys and girls wanted to close their eyes, worried about seeing the picture of Yi Tian's hand burned to ashes. But before their eyes closed, an incredible scene appeared. I saw, in Yi Tian's hand, in the moment of holding the fire, the original glittering flame disappeared, and Yi Tian's hand, actually good, even a little bit of scald did not appear, and let alone scald, not even burn red. Just like, Yang Fei's fire, which can even crack a stone, turns into an illusory little fire in front of Yi Tian. It doesn't work at all. No way, it's absolutely impossible. My fire can even crack a stone. How can your hand be safe? These onlookers are still like this, not to mention Yang Fei. When he saw the scene, his whole body was hit by a flash of lightning. His body and head were numb. He looked at Yi Tian in a daze, and he couldn't believe it. He can't believe that his fierce and incomparable flame, in front of Yi Tian, will become even no power. As I said, you think you are powerful. It's just a joke. Yi Tian hears the news and looks at Yang Fei. He smiles indifferently and says calmly, you think it's great to be a human being, don't you? I'm sorry to tell you that I've been your so-called heaven and man for a long time. I've been your so-called heaven and man for a long time. Yi Tian's words fall down, and there is a loud crash in the field. Everyone looks at Yi Tian in disbelief. You know, heaven and man just suddenly appeared recently, just like the abnormality of heaven and earth, but what Yi Tian said, he has already been. Not only that, they just heard that Yi Tian advised Shi Xiong not to practice the skills of heaven and man, but to continue to practice his fists and feet. They all thought that Yi Tian could not become heaven and man, so they were envious and hoped that their good brother would not practice the skills like him. But now it seems that this is not the case, but something else. Fire at this time, Yi Tian's hand gently raised. In an instant, along the void, a terrible fireball suddenly appeared. The fireball, flaming, the whole body presents red gold, every wisp of the flame, let people feel, it seems that even the void has burned down, even, across there, let people have a feeling, as if, this is not a flame, but the sky, more than a round of shining sun. As for Yang Fei's small fire, there is no way to compare it with Yi Tian's sun. Or, as Yi Tian said, Yang Fei, the so-called heaven and man, is a joke compared with him. Daughter-in-law, come and see God. Even when a boy looked at the scene, he couldn't help feeling out his mobile phone and calling his girlfriend, murmuring in a dreamy voice. If Yang Fei, who can only make a small fire, is a man of heaven, then Yi Tian is the god of heaven and God. How could that be? How could that be? Yang Fei has been completely dull, staring at Yi Tian's fireball, in addition to mumbling repeat this sentence, can't say a word. Yi Tian's performance is really amazing, this kind of powerful, simply to a heinous point. However, he can't understand how Yi Tian can be so powerful. See? This is the real art. What's the right to yell in front of me like your pediatric joke? Yi Tianping looked at Yang Fei, pondering every word. Then, with a flick of his hand, the fireball disappeared and appeared in front of Yang Fei. He said faintly, "You are not worthy of this qualification. Heaven gives you, I deprive you." Although he and Yang Fei really have a grudge, Yang Fei will burn him with fire because he has become a heaven and man. If he is not a monk but an ordinary student, wouldn't he really be burned to dust in the face of this attack? Bang! A language falls in the twinkling of an eye, the leaf day hand lightly puts forward to stretch out, fell in Yang Fei's chest. With one blow, Yang Fei immediately felt that there was something in his body, which suddenly disintegrated and no longer existed. Especially when he tried his best to open his fingers to show the fire, he found that his action had become a joke. No matter how hard he tried, he was as vain as a clown and could no longer cohere. What did you do? Why can't I gather fireballs? What have you done to me? Give me back my chance. Yang Fei's 5 fingers clenched and loosened and clenched. After nearly a dozen times of this cycle, he still couldn't gather the flame. In his eyes, he showed a crazy color like a madman. Struggling, he had to scratch Yi Tian's collar and roar at him, so that he could give back his chance to become a heaven and man. Although he didn't know what was going on, he was sure that it had something to do with Yi Tian's slap. However, being able to become a man in heaven is the luckiest thing in his life. What's more, it is his hope to become a group of people standing on the top of the pyramid. But now, the fire of hope is wiped out by Yi Tian. How can he accept it? Virtue doesn't match, you don't deserve this chance. God agrees to give it to you, but I don't agree. Yi Tian looks at Yang Fei indifferently, word by word, coldly. As he said, people like Yang Fei don't have the power of heaven and man. It's good to have the power of heaven and man. It's absolutely a disaster for many ordinary people. Since he can use this method to deal with himself, he will naturally deal with other ordinary people who dare to rebel against him. Yi Tian deprived Yang Fei of the chance to become a man of heaven. My God! How on earth did he do it? It turns out that man and nature are not invincible. There are differences between man and nature. Weak man and nature are no different from mole ants. At the same time, the students around has been boiling, the crowd is noisy, everyone is staring at Yi Tian in eyes full of incredible color. They really can't understand how Yi Tian can defeat Yang Fei so easily, and even deprive him of his qualification to become a man in heaven. It's like Yi Tian is the supreme god who dominates everything. Even if they think that the so-called heaven and man, in front of Yi Tian, is nothing but a small mole ant. But at the same time, there are many feelings in their hearts. It is obvious that Yi Tian has made this step not in a day or two, but under such circumstances, he has never shown any signs in the past on campus. Even when he was in conflict with his classmates, he had never used this divine power, but only used his fists to solve the problem. What does this mean? It means that Yi Tian is not only powerful, but also extremely magnanimous. Otherwise, if he moves his fingers, Yang Fei will have already turned into flying ash. In the same way, it also shows one thing. Yi Tian's refusal to let Shi Xiong practice his secret arts is definitely not because Yi Tian is jealous, as Yang Fei said. However, in Shi Xiong's case, the achievements he can achieve in practicing his fists and feet are not comparable to those in practicing the art of heaven and man. Because, with Yi Tian's present strength, there is no need to envy his good brother that he can be more powerful than him in the future. Yi Tian, give me back what you took away from me. Yang Fei howls bitterly, holding Yi Tian's trouser legs tightly and roaring with anger. He hopes that Yi Tian can turn him into heaven and man again and have a strong possibility. Next life. Yi Tian is indifferent and gently picks his feet. Yang Fei's huge body is like a shell, whistling forward. Finally, it falls heavily on the flower bed in the distance. His whole body is stabbed up and down by the bushes and his clothes are broken. Poof! Yang Fei fell to the ground, only feel that the viscera at this moment are about to shift, mouth open, along the mouth, immediately spit out a mouthful of blood. Let's go back to the dormitory. My mother just sent me some special products from home and asked me to take them to you. By the way, let me ask you whether you promised them at that time. When it's New Year, go to our home for the New Year? Shi Xiong naturally doesn't care about Yang Fei's life and death. He pulls Yi Tian's arm and asks with a smile. Of course I mean what I say. Since I have promised my aunt a visit, I will not break my promise. Yi Tian smiles and walks to the dormitory with Shi Xiong. Because of his nature of Lingyu, he has now become a monk on the 9th floor of the cave. He just needs Bichao stone to refine Bihai Chaoxing pill. Naturally, he can't miss the mountain where Shi Xiang lives to take a chance to see if he can find Bichao stone and break through the sea view successfully. In this way, in the era after the change of heaven and earth, he can continue to be strong, and stand in an invincible position in the face of more and more likely comers. A little later, the two returned to the dormitory, and then Shi Xiong dragged a big box out of the cabinet and pulled it to Yi Tian. This is agaric, this is Hericium arenaceus, this is pine nut, and it's pine nut of Korean pine. It can nourish yin and lung, prolong life, and this is amazing. When my mother and Xiao Dai went to the mountain to pick up mushrooms, they picked up Ganoderma lucidum. It's estimated that it will be 10 or 20 years. It should be a good thing. After Shi Xiong opened the box, he opened it just like Xian Bao. He took out one thing after another and handed it to Yi Tian. After introducing it to him, he suddenly remembered that Yi Tian had been used to these things for a long time. He immediately scratched his head and said, "These are the specialties in the mountain. If you don't like it, it's okay. I'll keep it for myself, Gunduzi. This is a good thing from my aunt." "You want to eat it alone? Good idea, I'll take it all." Hearing this, Yi Tian punches Shi Xiong in the chest, and then pulls the box to his side. Shi Xiong looks at Yi Tian's appearance, scratching his head and laughing. He knows that, as Yi Tianjin is today, what good things he has not seen and what kind of things he has not got are inconspicuous in the eyes of ordinary families, let alone Yi Tian. Yi Tian is happy to accept, or read the brotherhood between them. All this made him feel a little moved. "Hey, Yi, if I were a girl, you must not marry me." Moved, Shi Xiang can't help sighing. "Go away, if you're a girl, I'll be scared as far as I can go." Yi Tian slaps Shi Xiong aside, but his eyes skim over the box and his expression suddenly stagnates. He looks at Shi Xiong strangely and says, "Are you from Changbai Mountain?" "Damn, don't tell me. You just know now." "I told you when the school started." Shi Xiang angry, looking at the leaf day, the way. "Forget." Yi Tian smiles bitterly and shakes his head. He says that he always feels familiar when he hears about Changbai Tianxi. After a long time, Shi Xiong is from Changbai Mountain. But after his return, he doesn't care about it. For a moment, he forgets it. Damn, forget it.
I don't even remember where my family is. I won't marry you if I'm a girl.
On hearing this, Xiong immediately shook his head and sighed.
Then I really appreciate my memory. Yi Tian laughed and hid ha, then looked at Xiong and said curiously, since you are from Changbai Mountain, is your home near Tianqi? Now they are planning to explore the 4 major Jedi in the world.
Now, the world is suddenly changing, and they will surely notice something.
Moreover, they will send someone to Kunlun to return to the ruins after they can't get the news from Niefu.
Once you see the situation in Guishu, those who come will quickly launch actions against the other 3 Jedi.
And he must be ahead of the Comer. Xiong is from Changbai Mountain. It's a great joy, even a great gift.
Of course, it's close. Our house is not far away from Tianqi, and the mountain that I told you about before, where the tide always comes at night, is right next to Tianqi.
Xiong naturally nodded, followed closely, and said,
we have a saying that the reason why there is such a sound on the mountain is that the water god of Tianqi will go back to sleep on the mountain at night. When he falls asleep, the tide surges and reverberates in the mountains, so there are these sounds.
Tianqi water god Yi Tian can't help laughing when he hears Xiong's words.
He didn't expect to see the mountain god in Kunlun Mountain. Now, he has heard that there is a water god in Tianqi of Changbai Mountain.
If the mountain god of Kunlun Mountain is a monkey, what is the water god that day? Is it a fish? I tell you, don't believe it.
All the people over there believe that there is a water god in Tianqi.
Moreover, the water god we are talking about is a dragon.
Seeing the expression on Yi Tian's face, Xiong immediately explained unconvinced, and then said, when I was a child, I used to go to Tianqi to play. Once, I saw a big shadow in Tianqi, like a snake, but covered with golden scales. Just as I wanted to take a closer look, the shadow disappeared.
A huge shadow with golden scales?
Can it be the fish in the water, refraction by the sun, the formation of the illusion? Yi Tian was stunned when he heard Xiong's words. He knew that Xiong was not the kind of person who likes to brag and make things out of nothing. Now that he said that, he might have seen that strange creature. Of course, it was the refraction of the sun that led to people's visual errors.
You are wrong.
There is no fish in Tianqi Lake. When Xiong heard this, he laughed and shook his head.
Tianqi Lake in Changbai Mountain is a high mountain lake formed by volcanic eruption.
Although it is surrounded by 16 peaks, the surrounding mountains are barren of vegetation, the natural environment is extremely bad, and there is little organic matter in the water, so that there is little life, let alone fish, even plankton.
Interesting.
When Yi Tian heard this, he immediately showed a playful smile on his face. If there is no sign of life in the Tianqi Lake of Changbai Mountain, what Xiong saw could not be a fish that caused the error of vision under the refraction of light, but another creature. It's a creature with golden scales and body shaped like a snake.
It sounds very similar to the dragon in Chinese legend. Isn't that interesting?
So, I'll take you to Changbai Mountain with me after the exams and holidays in the past 2 days.
At that time, I'll take you to the mountains. Xiong sees Yi Tian's expression, and immediately tells him to fan.
He hopes that Yi Tian can follow him to Tianqi of Changbai Mountain after the examination these 2 days.
How can I listen to you like a monkey in the mountain? Yi Tian raised his eyebrows and joked with a smile.
A language falls, the stone male immediately full face you grudge of saw leaf day one eye, he suddenly don't want to and this irritating guy again what words.
Don't worry.
I'll go to Tianqi with you after the exam.
You don't have to worry about the tickets.
I'll book the tickets.
After the exam, we'll start. I've just come back. I've come to school to meet you. Now I'll go back to where I live and clean up. Yi Tian smiles and pats Xiong on the shoulder, then leaves the dormitory and rushes to the rental house.
No, the house has been bought by him now. It can't be called rental house, it should be called old house.
He wanted to see if there were any strange changes in the 2 enchantments of Green Cicada, She and Cicada.
He also wanted to see if Cicada was willing to tell himself the reason why She and Cicada appeared in the world after the change of heaven and earth. A moment later, Yi Tian arrived at the old house.
He didn't come back in a few days.
Under the influence of the spirit gathering array, the aura here became more and more strong. The trees were lush and green, and there were many birds hovering and singing on the eaves, which was full of vitality. Whoosh! As soon as Yi Tian gang came near the old house, he saw a silver flash in the sky, followed by a pile of fluffy things in his arms. You are alert, it's only a few days. I've made a lot of progress. Yi Tian didn't know. It was Xiao Lizi who rushed to him. He immediately reached out and touched his head. Then he immediately found that after a few days' absence, the fluffy hair on the little guy's body was shining a little more, especially the ruby eyes. It was obvious that Xiao Lizi was practicing the complete dream Buddhism compared with before. Zixin method has improved a lot. Squeak squeak. When Xiao Lizi heard Yi Tian's words, she shook her head with pride and her fluffy tail. Then she rubbed her head in Yi Tian's arms, as if to express her attachment to him and to accuse him of why she had been out for so long without her. Well, I'll take you with me when I go out again this time. Yi Tian looks at the appearance of the small chestnut, smilingly stroked its head, and then said, Changbai Mountain is full of pine forests, which is the favorite habitat of little squirrels. This time, he just took little chestnut with him to show off in front of his friends. Maybe he can help him solve his life. If this guy has the ability to hook him back with a smart little squirrel like him, it will be very happy. However, Yi Tian thinks that Xiao Lizi is practicing the mental skill of De Meng Fan Zi. According to what he saw in Feng Cun's spiritual realm, this pulse is not allowed to marry. Just like the monks in the secular world, if Xiao Lizi finds a daughter-in-law, he will become a prostitute monk. It's just that he is just a little squirrel. It seems that the requirements of rules and regulations don't need to be so strict for him. Master, where are you going to take little chestnut? Take me with you or not? Just when Yi Tian was daydreaming, the door of the old house was suddenly pushed open, and then the cicada ran out of it. He jumped all the way to Yi Tian's arms, his arms around his neck, his legs around his waist, and asked, To Changbai Mountain, if you are obedient, I will take you with me. If you are not obedient, I will not take you with me. Hearing this, Yi Tian raised his eyebrow and smiled, raised his hand, rubbed the yellow hair of the cicada, and said with a smile. As soon as the cicada heard this, he immediately jumped down from the arms of Maliwar's Yi Tian. He raised his chin and looked at Xiao Lizi. He said with an old voice, I'm Shifu, your elder martial sister. Naturally, I'm the most obedient in the world. What can Xiao Lizi compare with me? Squeak! When Xiao Lizi heard this, he immediately gave the cicada a chirp, as if he were refuting her. Yes, it's like some elder martial sisters. Yi Tian nodded with a smile, then patted the cicada on the shoulder and said, This time when master goes out, I'll take a little younger martial brother for you. You'll have to make some progress. Otherwise, if your younger martial brother comes to Nanhai in 2 days, if your elder martial sister is compared with the younger martial brother, it won't be so good looking. Younger martial brother? When she heard this, she couldn't help looking forward and worried. I hope that in the future, she will not only have little chestnut as a follower, but also have a little younger martial brother who can call her elder martial sister, unlike the old man who only comes to the house once in a while and has a big beard. I'm worried that she's a little scared. With her younger martial brother, Shifu won't hurt her elder martial sister. Master, don't worry. I will show myself well and set a good example for my younger martial brother. Thinking of this, the cicada stood up straight in a hurry, straightened her chest, and tried to show some of the elder martial sister's momentum and demeanor. Yi Tian looks at the cicada and tries to pretend to be a little adult. He can't help laughing. Yi Tian, you are back. And at this time, Shi Qing also ran from the side, saw Yi Ho Ho, immediately showed a happy smile on her face, and said. The smell of green. Yi Tian smiles and nods when he sees her. He feels that she is now living a happy life. Since she no longer has to worry about the rent and the golden melon seeds that she needs to knock every day, she reveals a relaxed attitude and even has more wealth on her face. But when he carefully examines her, his eyes immediately change a little. He found out that the charm of Qing, which had been well covered up before, is now showing signs of leakage. Any kind of spirit is useful to monks. In particular, born in the treasure house of wealth, they are synonymous with wealth. They can find all kinds of hidden treasures with their own talent. If Yu Qing's identity is no longer a secret because of the leakage of breath, it can be imagined that in the face of some greedy mountain people with the coming dark monks, the weak mother and daughter will have a lot of trouble from now on. However, for various reasons, they are unable to provide protection around them all the time. Even though the charm of green is only a tiny bit, it is enough for the monks with magic power.
Master, my mother's face is blooming?
Seeing that Yi Tian's eyes stay on his green face, the cicada looks up at Yi Tian and asks curiously.
Cicada, you talk nonsense.
You and Chestnuts go to play for a while.
Mom and your master have something to say.
Yi Cheng lovingly shaved the cicada's nose to coax her away. From Yi Tiangong's instant expression, she has already guessed the reason, and some words are impossible for the cicada to hear.
The cicada had just come back. Yi Tian was not tired of it. How could she leave?
She stroked the silver fluff of the chestnut and said, I don't want to be with master. Yi Tian knew that what she wanted to talk about with herself was probably her identity, so he rubbed the cicada's head and said in a warm voice, Have you heard a word, called Bai?
A white cover 100 ugly, a fat destroy all, right, master? Cicada smiles cunningly and takes over the words.
During this time, her integration with the secular world is quite good.
Yes, that's it. Yi Tian smiles and nods. He is already holding a box of snow cream in his hand and hands it over. Where is this white? Do you want to try it? Really? I'll have a try. Master, don't cheat. The cicada takes it, holds the chestnut and turns to leave. The girl doesn't love beauty, especially when she sees a banner hanging in Yi Tian's room, which says there are no white men coming and going. She naturally thought of herself. Does master always feel that she is so black that she has no face?
Until the cicada enters Yi Tian's room, Yi Tian Kai takes back his eyes and looks at Yu Qing.
Have I destroyed everything? Yi Qing smiles shyly and lets Yi Tian into the room.
Yi Tian did not take this sentence, and sat down as usual, waiting for the following. In fact, Yi Tian, you should have seen that for a long time.
It's not human. After a short silence, she finally spoke.
She was sure that her identity had been completely exposed when she broke the demon Dan.
Yes, I can see it, and then what? Yi Tian nodded slightly, with no waves on his face. These are just the opening remarks. What he wants to hear is the content behind. That's all I can say. If you know too much, I'm afraid you will be involved. After hesitating for a moment, she chose to keep her secret.
Yi Tian is not surprised that the charm of green oyster is naturally timid, and even the courage of green oyster is not as big as that of cicada. However, now that the words have begun, he does not want to end there. Now the world is changing, and the cultivation of the mountain people is improving faster and faster.
There are some mysterious monks who are more powerful than the mountain people.
Now that your breath has leaked, it's dangerous to be known by these people.
And I don't know if you have any enemies.
If you don't have enough information, you can't be protected in an all-round way, especially cicada is still my apprentice. Yi Tian pondered and said. She cannot care about herself, but it is related to the safety of the cicada.
She is not calm at once.
Because of timidity, her rich body begins to shake slightly. What's more, your worry is unnecessary. In this world, I'm still invincible for the time being. Yi Tian was afraid to frighten her even more, so he gave her a dose of peace of mind. Then he let out his fierce sword and circled around the room to show his strength before taking it back. Seeing this, she was stunned. It was the first time that she saw that Yi Tian could control the flying sword. With his knowledge, she naturally knew that Yi Tian was too powerful to imagine. I and the cicada are both green oyster charms, but they are not ordinary green oyster charms, because it took tens of thousands of years for a large number of spirit jade to be born, which is a mysterious underground palace. Calm down, she opens her mouth with a look of infinite remembrance, just like a wanderer who has been abroad for a long time remembering his hometown, or like an old man telling his unforgettable childhood. In that underground palace, before I was transformed, I met many powerful monks. I've seen fratricidal people there, and I've heard a lot of intrigues. The underground palace changed owners many times, and even some of them died in front of me. Of course, I was just a breath at that time.
Later, I became a pregnant girl and gave birth to a cicada after that. I never saw any friars again. I thought Xiao Chan and I would live in the underground palace all the time. Unexpectedly, hundreds of years ago, a monster suddenly occupied the underground palace. In order to survive, I used the field array there and escaped with the cicada. I plan to be an ordinary person in this secular world and enjoy the rest of my life in this way. For fear of exposing our identity, we travel all over the country. We dare not stay too long in every place. Even when we have no money to pay the rent, we dare not use the gold from the underground palace. Listening to Yu Qing's story, Tian was shocked. Tens of thousands of years ago, isn't that much longer than the birth of Lingming Stone Monkey? At that time, it should still be a glorious world on earth. Although Tian was shocked in his heart, he didn't interrupt her from beginning to end. He just listened attentively and firmly remembered every word he heard in his mind. Later, Xiaochan and I moved here, and soon we met you. You know all the later things. With a long sigh, she ended her memory. Where is that mysterious underground palace? Yi Tian opens his mouth with infinite expectation. There is no doubt that she is an experienced person in the last glorious world. Although her activity area is only confined to the underground palace, what she saw and heard is not possessed by others. It can be said that this is a living history. Seeing is better than hearing. If you can go to the ruins of the underground palace and have a look, you may find something amazing. The underground palace is in a big mountain. The surface is a mountain. In fact, it is an underground sea. The underground palace is built on the bottom of the sea. That mountain is called Changbai Mountain, and the exit of the underground palace is called Tianqi. Tianqi Lake in Changbai Mountain? When Yi Tian heard this, he suddenly got up and was shocked. One of the four Jedi, Tianqi, Changbai Mountain. Tianqi Lake in Changbai Mountain, known as the Four Great Jedi of Mountain People together with Guishu and Kunlun, Devil's Cave in northern Xinjiang and Chengdu in southern Yunnan, is actually the hometown of Zhu Qing and Zhu Chan. The monster in the underground palace should be a dragon with an unfathomable realm. At that time, maybe we didn't care about me and Cicada, otherwise, we might not be able to escape there. She was afraid that Yi Tian would rush into the underground palace on impulse, so she quickly told her. Yi Tian is the master of Little Cicada. She treats her mother and daughter sincerely. She doesn't want to hurt Yi Tian because she doesn't grasp them well. Mother, master. Yi Tian also wants to ask in detail. The door is pushed open and the cicada rushes in with the chestnut. Ah, cicada, you are white. Yi Qing exclaimed and went up. Yi Tian's eyes also fell on the cicada's face. He could not help but slightly pick his eyebrows. As expected, the cicada was white and ugly. Moreover, the cicada was not ugly, but a little bit black. The cicada smeared with shueji cream seems to have completed a strange transformation. The black color on her face and neck has disappeared. Instead, she is crystal white. With such skin, she looks like a disaster. Master, is there anything else? Cicada is very satisfied with the surprised expression of Yi Qing and Yi Tian, and reaches out his hand to Yi Tian with a smile. Mom, you helped me put on my chest and back everywhere. Yi Tian shakes his head and grins bitterly, and gives 10 boxes of shueji cream to Zhu Etching. These are all mass-produced. Take them as the first course of treatment first, and then refine the best shueji cream for Xiaochan. The cicada, who will be smeared with snow cream, pushes out the door, and Yi Tian returns to his room. Tianqi Lake in Changbai Mountain is imperative. Since there is a dragon and water monster there, the most urgent thing is to improve your strength as much as possible. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly remembered the light that Lingming Stone Monkey had entered his mind after the restart of Kunlun Mountain. According to Lingming Xiao, it was a set of boxing techniques, a set of Xian Gong, and a set of Shenyan techniques created by him. It's time to unseal the contents and see if it can help you. Feeling the bright star in his mind, Yi Tianyun wrapped it with the power of his mind and penetrated it a little bit. Bang! With a slight sound, the stars are like fireworks blooming in an instant, turning into countless dense starlight fog and melting into Yi Tian's mind. Yi Tian only felt cool in his brain. Many strange and simple characters overlapped and flashed by,
and finally turned into messages and merged with his consciousness. This feeling the content of the information, Tian's face gradually shows a dignified color. After a change of yin and qing, he changes from a thoughtful state to a boundless ecstasy. It's a big profit. A moment later, when Tian finished reading all the information, he suddenly got up, his mana was surging, his clothes were calm, and he was out of the room in a few steps. In the face of a powerful monk who may have broken through the heaven in the Dark Age and stood at the top of the cultivation, he had only a little expectation of the gift of Lingming Stone Monkey, but he never thought that the infatuated kind had given himself such a big surprise. As Emperor Dan, Tian's insight is needless to say. He knows no less than 10,000 kinds of skills and techniques, some of which are even created by some peerless powers, or inherited from the ancient times of Fengsuan spiritual realm. But in contrast, the power of boxing and kung fu given by Lingming Stone Monkey is still at the top. However, this is not the most important point. What's more, whether it's kung fu or boxing, or the method of divine thought, it seems that it's tailor-made for you, which is in line with the magical functions of Sui Wang's ideas. Without the idea of Sui Wangwen as the basis, although these three kinds of inheritance can be regarded as powerful supernatural powers, they have the regret that they cannot carry forward all the brilliance, which always seems to be a bit of a fly in the ointment. The key is the original spirit fire in Dantian. Although Tian has a heavenly word in his name, he would never be so naive as to think that he was good-looking that he would let Lingming Stone Monkey tailor these three kinds of magic powers for himself. Moreover, in Kunlun Mountain at that time, Lingming Stone Monkey did not have the time. Although there are only three kinds of magic powers, I believe that even with the inside information and amazing resources of Lingming Stone Monkey, it will take many years to reach such a level. So, for whom did he create these three powers? The answer is ready. Zishi, he must be after 2,000 years of repression, still love into the bone marrow of Zishi. This should be the reason why Lingming Stone Monkey went with him before he went to Kunlun Mountain. I don't know how he learned that he inherited the idea of Sui Wangwen and became a member of the Kunlun people. He should have made a decision after he was in love. There is no greater sorrow than death of heart, and no greater sorrow than living alone. Ning Yao, fortunately you are still here. Even if you're just a spirit. Who can explore the life and death in the world? Since Lingming Stone Monkey can walk into the ruins of Kunlun full of ruins for Zishi. So, Ningyao Tian, will try my best to find all the ways in the world, revive your spirit seed, return your unique demeanor, rise from the ancestral star of aura recurrences, and then kill you and me back to the square-inch spiritual realm where we travel together. It's hard to be separated from hatred. After a sigh, Tian looks at Ningyao Lingzhong who was sleeping in the dantian and slowly raises his fist. After counting the breath, his fist shot into the sky. A punch, a red-black fist shadow out of thin air, like a meteor straight into the void. The hot temperature made the air become distorted. With the sound of a powerful sonic boom, the shadow of the fist turned into a streamer at the end of the void and disappeared. Hiss! Tian can't help but take a breath of cold air. He is very happy in his heart. Fortunately, he punches at the sky. If he punches at other places, I'm afraid the shadow of the fist is in ruins. Is that the power of Paksu boxing? Although Tian has used Yuan Tian's eye to observe the shadow of his fist, he still can't catch where the shadow of his fist finally hit, because the shadow of his fist has already reached beyond his vision. The Pushu fist is fired by the original spirit fire combined with mana. So it seems that its power is far more powerful than the damage caused by using the original spirit fire attack alone. It seems that this Pushu fist consumes too much mana. Tianyi looks at the original spirit fire in the elixir field, and doesn't notice any change. However, he feels that with this fist alone, he has spent more than half of the mana of his 9-peak cultivation. It's still a random punch. If you do your best, I'm afraid there's not much mana left. So think, Tian is difficult to suppress the excitement in the heart, full of expectations for the full strength of the broken empty fist. Even, he had a feeling that he might be able to fight with the friars who had just entered the sea-watching realm with the full strength of his Pushu fist. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Tian calms his breath slowly, and then his gesture changes continuously, and several red and black lines of fire appear in front of him. Those lines of fire, like living creatures, suddenly shuttle and interweave in front of Tian's body. Tian's gesture is faster and faster, the interweaving of the thread of fire has never stopped, and more threads of fire come out of thin air, and gather together with the previous threads of fire to join the weaving queue. A petal-shaped red-black pattern is quickly woven. This is not the end, weaving is still in progress, more and more threads of fire appear, continue to fly on the pattern, and finally those red and black flames have reached hundreds of thousands, constantly shuttle, dazzling. After tens of breath, the thread of fire no longer appears, and the pattern weaving is over. Instead, a lotus flower the size of a fist appeared on Tian's hand. The lotus is made of red and black fire thread. There are 9 vivid petals in total. In the middle of the petals is a red and black lotus pod. This is the mysterious skill of Lingming Stone Monkey Spirit Fire God Lotus. Feeling the terrible fluctuation of magic power on the little lotus, Tian releases the fierce sword, and the sword flies up into the air, stopping tens of thousands of feet away from the ground. Go! Tian's mouth calls out softly, and the fire lotus flies out of his hand. Suddenly, it flies more than 100 zhang away. With the word explosion in Tian's mouth, the spirit fire lotus explodes. A dazzling white light seemed to shine through the sky and the earth. The moment when the fire lotus burst open, it was only the size of the car cover, but it was only 1 in 10,000, just like the sunrise, reaching tens of feet. What's more, the dazzling white light continued to burst and swept away in all directions. Aware of the horror of the explosion, Tian urges the fierce sword to fly back without hesitation, which can avoid the impact of the fire lotus explosion. Quietly suspended in the air, feeling the impact of the aftershock of Lingua Shenlian explosion, Tian was shocked, followed by unspeakable ecstasy. Based on his experience, we can only feel from the aftershocks that even if a monk with a heavy view of the sea is in the center of the explosion, he will surely die out and no longer exist between heaven and earth. This is the power of Lingua Shenlian. A moment later, he regained his mind from the shock. Tian manipulated the fierce sword to return home quickly. It took him a lot of mana to weave Linghuashan lotus. If he didn't land in time, I'm afraid his mana would be exhausted, and he couldn't even fly the sword. Not to mention that, feeling the original spirit fire in the dantian, Tian found that the red-black flame became withered, and the flame was no longer active, just like the seagrass swaying with the waves on the bottom of the sea. Sure enough, as said in the Monkey Shandong of Lingmingshi, Lingua Shenlian will consume the original Linghua. It is not suitable to use Lingua Shenlian many times before the original Linghua is completely restored. The Lotus of Spirit Fire weaves the attack field array with the original Spirit Fire. The Lotus of Spirit Fire just weaves by Tian contains only 10 field arrays, belonging to the most elementary Lotus of Spirit Fire. And Tian's current state of cultivation can only use such a simple lotus. If the strength is strong enough, you can weave more field arrays with fire lines, and the power of Lingua Shenlian will be stronger after it is stimulated. Silently watching the original spirit fire in Dantian recover a little bit, Tian finally put down his heart. Although the speed of recovery is very slow, for Tian, as long as it does not cause irreparable damage to the original spirit fire, it is enough. After all, Lingua Shenlian will become his most mysterious card. Realizing the power of Pushu Fist and Lingua Shenlian, Tian is full of expectation for Lingming Stone Monkey's divine idea. After a short rest, he began to practice the third magic power left by Lingming Stone Monkey Alchemy. This method is a kind of magic power to strengthen the mind through the original spirit fire. The principle is very simple, but the operation is a little cumbersome. To be exact, it's more like a fight between God and original spirit fire. In the operation of alchemy, the original spirit fire changes into various shapes, and the divine consciousness covers it. If you want to completely surround it, the original spirit fire is conscious and free from the bondage of divine thoughts. It is in the process of such a game that the mind grows a little stronger. While refining God, fire is also refined. While promoting God by fire, fire is also promoted by God. With alchemy, the recovery speed of the original spirit fire has been improved. That's very kind of you. A quarter of an hour later, Tian sighed and stopped alchemy. It can be imagined that the reason why Lingming Stone Monkey created this alchemy is mostly to make up for the consumption of original Linghua after using Linghua Shin Lotus. And all this is for the purple light in his heart. A night of hard work. The next morning, Yi Tian got up with a clear look. This night, he didn't boil in vain. Not only did he recover all the mana he consumed yesterday, but also the original spirit fire in the elixir field became active. I believe it will be only 1 or 2 days, and I can completely recover to the peak state. Ding ling ling. Just after washing, Yan Bing called. Yi Tian felt guilty for a while. When he returned to school yesterday, he just met Shi Xiong and didn't face Yan Bingqiao. Isn't this big devil coming to ask for a crime? Sure enough, as soon as he got through the phone, Yan Bing's voice came from the microphone. Yi Tian, you have been absent from class for many days. There will be a final exam soon. Don't disgrace me then. While eating the breakfast made by Jueching, Yi Tian jokingly said, Hey, younger martial sister, do you understand me? I'm your elder martial brother in charge now. You can't be big or small again, be careful I hit your little one. Nonsense, you scum man, not only your heart is full of flowers, but also your mouth is full of flowers. At the other end of the phone, Yan Bing decisively intercepts Yi Tian's words, and his tone is always domineering, but he doesn't realize that his cheek has been dyed with a red halo. Yi Tian could not help laughing and continued to tease, Little younger martial sister, I am a flower of people, but you are a flower of heart. I'm talking about giving you a little report to your master. Where do you think you are? I don't want to talk to you, you scum man. Hurry to school. I have something important to tell you. Yan Bing is defeated and presses the phone angrily. Yi Tian smiles for a while, finishes his meal in a hurry and drives to school in a black Land Rover. Since Yan Bing said that there was something important, there should be no mistake, just he also had something to find Yan Bing. Yan Bing is the only one in the office. Yi Tian doesn't enter the classroom. He goes directly to Yan Bing's office and pushes the door. He sees her leaning on her desk in a daze. Is Chuyan pestering you again, or is Tian Ganggate looking for your trouble? Yi Tian sits on the chair opposite Yan Bing and opens his mouth at will. He immediately sees a water ball smashed by his opponent. He can't help looking at it. You have become heaven and man? Or Shulingen? Yi Tian flicked the water ball with his hand, and his face was happy. After all, whether from personal feelings or clan interests, Yan Bing's ability to become heaven and man is a great event to celebrate. That's a surprise, isn't it? With my current strength, Shuyan's rubbish and those bastards of Tiangang sect dare not come to me for trouble. Yan Bing said triumphantly, and her eyes turned into a crescent moon, since you are the elder martial brother in charge, I have become heaven and man. Do you mean it? What do you mean? Yi Tian smiles. What do you mean, don't you understand? Do you have to give me some presents? Yan Bing's palm was flat, and a water ball appeared on it. Well, if you want a gift, you have to be willing, don't you? There is no such initiative, Yi Tian's mouth said, but he really took out 2 porcelain vases and threw them to Yan Bing, 5 Shinling pills and 2 Dilling pills. Is this gift satisfactory? If you're not satisfied, pass on another set of skills. Originally, he came to see Yan Bing to give her some pills. Now Yan Bing wakes up Shulingen, and Yi Tian naturally wants to add more firewood to the ice devil. Of course, I'm satisfied. I'll talk about Gongfa later. It's really a big deal for me to find elder martial brother leader. It's bigger than my awakening Shulingen. Yan Bing took the porcelain vase, and her voice softened a lot like flowers on her face. In fact, she can't pretend to go on anymore. Sometimes she doesn't understand why she thinks that Yi Tian wants to die, but when she meets her, she doesn't mean what she says, and then she regrets it. What's the big deal, then? Yi Tian looks dignified did not continue to bicker. Yan Bing poured a cup of tea for Yi Tian, took a look at the door, closed the door, sat back in front of Yi Tian, and said mysteriously, You came to school yesterday, and you must also know the changes between heaven and earth. There are many heaven and man around. This event is related to heaven and man. Heaven and man represent not only the talent, but also the infinite possibility of the future. Therefore, those heaven and man with spiritual roots have become the object of contention among various sections. I don't know if the elder martial brother of the leader has such a plan, but King Mingzong, contrary to the previous low-key, broadcast an advertisement on TV to recruit students, offering favorable conditions for recruitment.
In addition to Shui Yuzong in secret, the other three Sandmen also sent out the same message on TV. Yi Tian nodded slightly. This move is really powerful. After all, there is a wide audience on TV, and many people who wake up to Lingzhen will certainly rush for it. I'm sure I won't refuse a good talent. But I didn't expect that they could easily disclose the secrets of the mountain people. Not to mention that, elder martial brother, do you know the name of King Mingzong?
Yan Bing's face also then dignified, stare at Yi Tian to ask away.
In the name of King Mingzong?
Yi Tian's eyes were frozen, and a chill flashed in his eyes. You know, in Kunlun Mountain, Yi Tian ordered Qingming sect to change its name to Ming sect.
This is an open secret among Sandmen Wuzong and even all the people on the mountain. Not if not, why did Yan Bing ask? Feeling Yi Tian's surprise, Yan Bing said solemnly again, yes, it's the advertisement in the name of King Mingzong.
Moreover, the leader of Qingming's sect has changed.
After Lu Bufan disappeared, he never showed up again.
The outside world only knows who the current patriarch is, but there is no specific information about who it is. However, when I talked about this with my master, he asked me to tell the elder martial brother, the leader, that maybe King Mingzong really had something to rely on. That's how he provoked the elder martial brother.
Yi Tian naturally understood this truth.
Even, he could immediately guess that it must be some dark friar who came to control Qingming's sect, or a group of dark friars. Otherwise, no matter Lu Bufan or the original disciples of Qingming's sect, no one dares to fight against himself. I used to use all kinds of relations to attract some virtuous people, but now it seems that I have a better way.
Isn't King Mingzong a provocation? Then I'll go.
Originally, I wanted to see the little world of Qingming's sect.
Now is a good time. King Mingzong seems to be the number one in the world. If King Mingzong is chosen, it will be a living advertisement. So thinking, Yi Tian cold voice a smile, since it is a provocation, it will have to pay the price.
Then he stood up and walked out. Elder martial brother, don't be impulsive.
Impulsivity is the devil. Yan Bing grabs Yi Tian. King Mingzong is so bold and fearless.
Maybe they have dug a trap for you to jump. Perhaps, they want to take the elder martial brother as the springboard to become famous. No matter how stupid those guys in Qingming's sect are, if they don't have enough dependents, they won't kill themselves in this way. Elder martial brother, you should take a long-term view.
Besides, there are a lot of information on TV and on the internet, and even some posts are popular with many mountain people.
The content is to ridicule the temple of Miluo, which we just opened the mountain gate.
It's very hard to hear.
They do it just to irritate you, and then follow their rhythm step by step into their trap. Yi Tian looked at Yan Bing, nodded slightly, full of appreciation. Yes, from your point of view, the analysis is very thorough, the direction is also very correct. However, one thing, you and King Mingzong are wrong, because they have to face me, Yi Tian, who they can't compete with at all.
Say words. Yi Tian is already out of the door. Wait until Yan Bing chased out, but can't see Yi Tian's figure. Master, it's not good. Yi Tian can't hold his breath when he hears the news of Qingming's sect. He has already killed him. Back in the room, Yan Bing's face changed greatly and dialed Zhou Changchun's phone. Smelly girl, you can't do such a thing well. Do you want to pour water on him? Or is it oiled? Thanks to me, I want you to get closer to him. Didn't you hurt him? Well, I'll go to King Mingzong immediately.
I hope I can stop the master. On the other hand, Zhou Changchun complains about Yan Bing and hangs up.
King Mingzong is located on Tianzhu Mountain.
With thousands of years of history, King Mingzong has been expanded many times and has a very large scale.
The towering peak and nearby peaks are dotted with tall pavilions, which are much larger than the Tai Gate. This is the second day Yi Tian left Nanhai University.
In the distance, a streamer flies from the horizon and stops in front of Tianzhu Mountain. It is Yi Tian who gets off the high-speed railway from the nearest station and then resists the fierce soldiers to fly swords. Since he came to kill King Mingzong, he didn't intend to come secretly. He just wanted to fight openly and justly, crush the fallen Dark Friars with a crushing gesture, and give a head-on blow to the lucky mountain people of King Mingzong. If before returning to the South China Sea, maybe he was still afraid of the two coming to Guanhaijing, then now he has mastered the two magic powers of Poxifist and Lingbo Shenlian, and has enough confidence to fight with the monks of Guanhaijing. As for Niafu's master who didn't know how high the realm was, Yi Tian was not particularly afraid. Even if he happened to meet each other in King Mingzong, he still had the last card. Huashu gave him the Mask of Grimace. With the power of the mask, the strength of the three realms can be improved. As far as Yi Tian's realm is concerned, it is the Golden Elixir realm. And that master can't be in the Jindan realm, because the monks in the Jindan realm can't only be under the Guanhai realm. At least someone should have reached the Longmen realm. But Yi Tian still didn't want to use the biggest card, because Huashu's power of seal could only maintain his use of mask 3 times. After 3 times, if you use it again, the mask seal will be removed, and you will directly face the crazy backfire of the mask. In the distance, the tall gate of Qingming sect is already in sight, and Yi Tian releases his mind, covering 1,000 square meters. In front of the gate of Qingmingzong Mountain, many people gathered. Extending down from the winding stone steps, you can see many people sitting and resting or climbing up the stairs. After a few breaths, Yi Tian takes back his mind, and a sneer spreads on his lips. He urges the flying sword to fly over countless figures and over the Zongmen. Needless to say, those people must have got the information from the TV advertisement to join Qingmingzong. Maybe there are some relatives, friends, and so on. Even if not all of them are awakened, even 1/3 of them are large enough. What's more, these are the people who come to Qingming sect today, not including those who have joined the sect or are on their way here, let alone those who may join other sections. Look, the sword flies. Qingmingzong really has a deep foundation. It's the right time to come. I want to be such a strong man one day. Be proud between heaven and earth. Guess what position this elder should have in Qingmingzong? The appearance of Yi Tian, the crowd below immediately rang out a buzzing voice. Yi Tian can hear those voices clearly. He doesn't have any idea of criticizing these novices who are new to ancient martial arts. Maybe many people hear the word Qingmingzong for the first time before they see the advertisement. Who is better than what is worse? How can we distinguish the awakened people who are just ordinary people? Because of this, Yi Tiankai is glad that today is the right day. Otherwise, in time, these people will join Qingming sect, and they may become the skin of the Dark Friars. He didn't believe that the Dark Ones recruited disciples to strengthen the Qingming sect they controlled. The Lord of Miluo Palace, Yi Tianlai, destroyed Qingming sect. Get out of the way. Yi Tian's voice is low, and he opens his mouth slowly. The echoes from the mountains around him ring continuously. But Yi Tian's eyes fell on a huge stone beside the mountain gate. This huge stone has been around for many years, and the word Mingzong has gone through the wind and rain, revealing the endless vicissitudes of time, and the word Qing is obviously newly carved. The position of the handwriting is lower than that of the other 2 characters. It can be seen at a glance that the word Qing has been erased and re-engraved. Boom! Before the echo, Yi Tian has already boxed on the boulder. A huge stone, under the power of one blow, fell apart, and then the broken stones burst in the process of falling. Before that, it was a complete boulder. In a flash, it had turned into a pile of gravel, and no more complete strokes could be seen. Hiss, this person is so bold, dare to come to Qingmingzong to challenge? Miluo Palace? It seems that there is no one named Miluo Palace in Sanmen Wuzong. Wait, did you hear that man's name is Yi Tian? But I heard that there was a man who destroyed Taiyiman. It seems that he was also called Yetian, but I don't know if he was from the Miluo Palace. Qingming sect is the first sect in the world. Even if it is Yi Tian, I'm afraid it's bad luck. It's nothing to deal with Taiyi sect. You know, Qingming sect is far from Taiyi sect. Yi Tian smashing at the stone once again caused a lot of discussion. However, some disciples of Qingming sect in front of the mountain gate rushed back to the sect when they saw Yi Tian appear. Yi Tian ignored many comments, took off his sword, released his mind, and entered the sect. If you abolish your cultivation, you can avoid death, otherwise you will not be forgiven. In the distance, the three disciples in King Mingzong's clothes have already escaped a certain distance. Yi Tian's pace seems not slow, but it is a lot closer in a moment. He did not set up a killer, but left a ray of life for the other side. However, the three people still have a fluke, but also speed up the pace, want to escape to the front of a palace. Fenglin, as Yi Tian spits out two words, suddenly, a huge and bright wind blade suddenly forms in the void. Then, like a huge machete, it suddenly comes to the back of the three. The wind blade cuts across and hits the wall of the temple. With a bang, the temple has collapsed halfway. You are Yi Tian? In the hall, a 30-year-old young man in black threw his sleeve and defeated the wind blade, then came out with dozens of people. See view. Yi Tian's eyes are slightly coagulated. From the other party's breath, it's really beyond Lu Bufan's inborn. From the momentum, the light has the appearance of pressing his head. The peak of the cave. It's true that the aura of the Earth star is so poor that you can reach such a level. King Mingzong won't be wronged. However, in front of me, you still can't see enough. If you eat this, I will spare you today. The young man in black looked very old. When he spoke, he didn't know how to move. A red elixir had already shot at Yi Tian. Yi Tian's mind moves, and the cloud camera shows up. He grabs the elixir and stretches it to the young man in black. His unreal fingers twist it gently. The red elixir has turned into a red powder and falls to the ground. Today, with the improvement of cultivation, Yi Tian's performance of cloud photographer has reached the stage of perfection. Cloud photographer. The young man in black looks gloomy and murmurs in his mouth, but his eyes fall on Yi Tian's face. Now he takes a serious look. Suddenly, his face changed and he exclaimed, "Dante, you are Dante. Haha, you can also call me Shuanga." Yi Tian smiles innocently, but suddenly he punches. A red shadow with terrible power comes out. It shoots into the body of the young man in black like a meteor. It passes through the bodies of 6 or 7 people on King Mingzong Mountain. Then it smashes through the rear palace and several pavilions, and finally falls on a mountain several miles away. With a loud bang, a black hole with a thick waist suddenly appeared on the cliff of the steep mountain. I don't know how deep it is. It's the Pushu fist that Yi Tian gang has just mastered. Quiet, the whole King Mingzong was silent, except for the sound of houses falling down. There was no noise. Almost all people were shocked by Yi Tian's peerless strike. The young man in black, who used to frighten Qingyun's sect in a flash, was broken in two by Yi Tian. That's not to say, those who suffered from the fish disaster in the pond behind were all the peak figures of Qingming's sect, and the weakest were also the strong ones in the later days of heaven. There are even 3 elders of Qingming's sect who have been hidden for a long time. Their realm is the highest level of heaven for many years. However, none of them had breath even after the blow. Miluo Palace came to wipe out Qingming's sect a few days ago. From then on, Qingming's sect was removed from the 3 sects and 5 sections. Those who abandon self-cultivation will live, and those who disobey will die. Yi Tian once again used his cloud photography hand to take a shumi ring from the remnant body of the young man in black. Then he looked majestically at the strong men of Qingming's sect in front of him and the disciples of Qingming's sect gathered in the distance. He once again gave a low drink. Yi Tian's voice was not very loud, but it exploded in the ears of many Qingming's sect disciples like thunder. And that sound, echoing repeatedly in the mountains, seemed to have irresistible dignity, like an invisible hand holding the throat of the mole ant. Those who disobey will die death. In the echo of his voice, Yi Tian stood up against the wind, his eyes were cold, and with his clothes flying, his momentum gradually rose, sending out a cold and murderous air. All the present Qingming sect disciples felt more and more cold, and their atoms apple rolled hard. The atmosphere was suffocating. They are all familiar with this sentence. Once in Taiyimen, Yi Tian said this. Those who abandon self-cultivation will live, and those who disobey will die. In this way, even Lu Bufan, who is known as the first person in the world, dare not say it, but Yi Tian does. Of course, people in Taiyimen don't believe it. However, the result is that one word becomes a prophecy, Taiyimen put out. Yi Tian once said the same thing in Kunlun Mountain. Qingmingzong people are still lucky, but unfortunately, no one can escape the palm of Yi Tian.
With those two lessons, the disciples of Qingming sect were very disappointed.
Although they were unwilling, no one dared to be the first bird to escape.
Especially Yi Tian's shocking blow made those people despair completely.
In Kunlun Mountains, Yi Tian was obviously much weaker than he is now, and he was still willing to take the lives of many strong people. However, in a short time, he has grown up to the point that people can only look up to now. Even the young man in black, who made Qingmingzong extremely afraid, even disappeared in the face. Many people began to tremble, but still no one took the lead in abolishing cultivation.
Still lucky? Yi Tianling snored.
The fierce sword appeared in front of him, making a buzzing and vibrating sound. Then he pointed to a friar. That's from you.
Don't, I'll abolish my cultivation.
As soon as the monk's face changed, he blurted out that he was heartless.
With one palm on the elixir field, the whole person's mana poured out like running water, and he was suddenly depressed. Yi Tian's eyes looked at another man beside him.
He was awestruck in his heart and chose to abandon his cultivation. After all, his cultivation is useless, and he still has his life.
If he disobeys Yi Tian's command, he will die.
Yi Tian's fist was so shocking that it crushed the lucky hearts of all the people in Qingming sect mercilessly and could not produce the idea of resistance. Poof poof poof, wherever Yi Tian's eyes went, all the disciples of Qingming sect abandoned their dantian one after another, even those old monsters, including the two remaining supreme elders of heaven level, still did. Look at the disciples of Qingming sect who have already abandoned their cultivation. Yi Tian's sword flies to the low altitude and says again, if there are still others who haven't abandoned their cultivation in the last 3 breath time, please pray for more blessings.
I'm useless.
Me too. As soon as the words came to an end, many disciples of Qingming sect came out of the houses. One by one, they lifted their palms and patted them on the dantian. In an instant, there were nearly 1,000 disciples of Qingming sect, who abandoned their cultivation at the same time.
Yi Tian's thoughts always covered the scope of Qingming sect.
Until no one was found hiding, he put away his coercion and looked around at the disciples of Qingming sect who had become ordinary people. Besides the mountain gate, those who were far away from the wait-and-see were awakened. He said in a loud voice, Qingming sect is immoral and dishonest, bullying the weak at home, neglecting people's lives and fearing death outside to help the tyrant. There are dark friars coming from outside the stars, intending to occupy the homeland of our generations, and plunder the bodies of many mountain people and spiritual rude awakeners.
Qingmingzong didn't want to protect his family and defend his country.
On the contrary, he took part in foreign enemies. His crime is unforgivable. If you are lucky enough to get the chance and practice diligently, you may be able to achieve the highest road. If you don't, self-improvement, self-respect, drift with the tide, no matter how good the qualification is, it will only turn into a wisp of fly ash. And this opportunity, in the south of the Yangtze River, fly to the peak of the temple will be your life without regret choice. I am Yi Tian, the leader of the Miluo Palace. You are welcome to join us. However, the number of disciples in the Miluo Palace is limited. Go first, get first.
Yi Tian left Qingmingzong after his generous speech.
Now the Miluo Palace is in full swing under the leadership of Qin Luoshan and Meng Feng. He believes that today many talented people will be recruited for the Miluo Palace. After a selection, the Miluo Palace will rise like a big day and radiate vigorous vitality. Seeing that Qingmingzong, who was already revered in their eyes, was destroyed by Yi Tian in a short time, all the heaven and man with dreams were excited by Yi Tian-san's 2 sentences, and they all left the mountain to rush to the south of the Yangtze River. Miluo Palace is famous all over the world. When the crowd went far away, Yi Tian put away his fierce sword and landed on the ground. He came to an old man and said, "Take me to the treasure house." This old man is the highest cultivation of heaven level, and his strength is not strong, but now he has become a useless man. Yi Tian knows that people in this realm must be at the top of the pyramid in Qingming sect. He can only find such people if he wants to know anything. Lord Yi, please follow me. The old man's breath is dispirited, and his face is dark. How dare he disobey Yi Tian's orders? Now he obediently leads Yi Tian to the depth of the sect.
In a palace, the old man pointed out the mechanism to Tian.
Now he is a useless man. He has no power, and even can't open the mechanism.
Tian starts the mechanism, and then goes underground along the Qingshi corridor.
After 2 mechanisms, he finally comes to the secret library of Qingming sect. The secret room is divided into 3 layers, inside and outside. The old man dare not hide it and points it out to Tian one by one. Qingming sect is a sect with thousands of years of history.
The secret library really surprised Tian. Heavenly heart grass. Moon flower. I wish you more grass. Fire in the center of the earth.
There are a lot of herbs that are hard to see from the outside world.
In contrast, there are not many herbs for refining Delingdan and Tianlingdan, but they are enough to produce 20 or 30.
More of them are the herbs for refining Huanglingdan and Zuanlingdan, and even a large number of Chengdan.
Although the quality is not satisfactory, it is better to be full in quantity. Most of them are Huanglingdan and Zuanlingdan. They add up to thousands of them.
When the Miluo Palace was founded, it must recruit a large number of new disciples, and Huanglingdan is undoubtedly the most practical thing to send charcoal in the snow. Even in the secret library, there are nearly 100 Delingdan. What surprised Tian the most is that there are 30 or 40 Delingdan territory that can cause people on the top mountain to scramble. If you recruit some of the prefecture-level top 3 cultivation, all of them will be promoted to the heaven level, and will become the backbone of the Miluo Palace.
Tian looked at it a little bit and took the treasure into Shumi commandment. After that, I saw all kinds of weapons.
Although Tian didn't have the most eye-catching goods, there were a lot of heavy weapons and some inferior spirit soldiers, but not a lot. After Tian's 2 Shumi commandments were filled, he loaded the rest of his weapons into the Shumi commandments he had seized from the young man in black. Tian hasn't had time to count the spoils in the ring, but his mind goes into Shumi ring, and Tian can't help but get a light in front of his eyes.
The space of this Shumi commandment is very large.
It's more than 10 feet around, which is 5 or 6 times that of my own Shumi commandment. This time, Tian can no longer worry about loading things. All the other refining materials in the secret library are collected, and some strange things are also collected. In a corner of the secret room, Tian found hundreds of spirit jade with various properties. Some of them have reached the medium level, and they contain abundant spirit.
As for the higher level of Shangpin Lingyu and Jipin Lingyu, Tian didn't see one.
It is a rare thing that we can find the figure of Zhongpin Lingyu in the earth with such a lack of aura.
However, for Tian, there is another surprise.
As hard currency, he saw hundreds of boxes of gold in the secret room. Yellow gold bars were filled with wooden boxes 1 meter square.
Tian did not carefully calculate the value. In short, it was astronomical. 3 secret rooms, Tian swept away. What a timely rain!
In order to build the Miluo Palace, I was worried about the lack of information, but Qingming sect provided strong support. It can be said that Qingming sect gave back to the Miluo Palace.
In the dark, maybe everything is God's will.
After searching the treasure room, Tian's eyes fell on the old man, and then he put his palm on the other person's head.
Soul searching.
Carefully looking at each other's memory, Tian shows a thoughtful look. A moment later, Tian took the old man out of the secret room and came to the ground. At this time, there was no one in Qingming sect. The disciples who had abandoned their cultivation had taken advantage of this time to leave, leaving only the scattered weapons. It is true that Qingming sect was domineering and had many enemies when it was powerful. Now that its accomplishments have been abandoned, it must have thought of the ends of the earth and lived in anonymity for the rest of its life. Who dares to reveal the identity of King Mingzong's disciples who are enough to die, let alone bring conspicuous weapons? Tian waved his hand to let the old man leave by himself, and he walked to the depth of Zongmen. From the memory of the old man, we know that the most mysterious forbidden area of Qingming sect is there. From the entrance, we can get to the ancient world that made Lu Bufan break through his nature.
Square-inch spirit realm.
In a mysterious space, the huge night pearl is inlaid around the space. Under the pearl light, a mass of black fog is swirling and dense. It looks very strange.
Through the black fog, You can see that there is a man sitting with his knees crossed. It's as quiet as if he had settled down.
Suddenly, the figure on the edge of the space flashed, and a beautiful young woman came in. When she got to the black fog, she bowed slightly and called out, "Lord, the soul card of Shin hunting just broke."
"Oh?"
The man in the black fog said softly, "It seems that there are many secrets on the earth."
The aura revives, and the heaven and man awaken.
Now the monks of Guanhaging fall there. The woman was dressed in white gauze, and the boundless spring was looming.
However, she looked as usual, without any embarrassment.
Hearing this, she immediately replied, "My subordinates are deeply shocked. According to the past news, the Earth star is declining, and the friars are hard.
No one can break through the cave.
Even if the aura is newly revived, I'm afraid it's not enough for me in a short time. Maybe Xuanli was in a dangerous place left over from ancient times, which led to this." In the dark shadow, the middle-aged man nodded gently. "No matter what, you can see that the initial state of the sea view is no longer useful. You tell Taoling to select 10 middle-term dead men of the sea view. They will come to the Earth star, find out the cause of death and continue the previous task.
You should bring a sound transmitter and report the situation at any time."
"Lord, the passage of arrival has been consolidated. I'm afraid the passage will collapse in the middle of such a large number of sea viewing areas.
Moreover, the passage of arrival will cost a lot of money." The woman whispered back.
The man's voice came again from the black fog, "The Earth star is of great importance, so it's not worth worrying about the cost. You go to carefully explore the arrival channel. If it can't be transmitted at one time, you can come in batches without delay. If it wasn't for the weakness of the passage, I might go to the Earth star in person." Go. The woman bowed and agreed to go to the edge of the space. Then her figure flashed and disappeared. And the black fog was still dense, and the man in it didn't make any sound anymore.
Tian naturally did not know that this scene happened in the square-inch spiritual realm.
At this time, he was in front of a stone pagoda in the depth of Qingming sect.
The tower has 9 floors. I don't know when it was built.
The whole body is made of unknown big black stones. The mottled traces of years are clearly visible on it, emitting the breath of ancient and vicissitudes. Tian's eyes are on the 3 ancient characters on the tower, which do not exist on Earth.
The strokes are mysterious and the structure is complex. Coincidentally, Tian Gang is familiar with this kind of writing, which is one of the many characters used in Fengsu and Lingyu.
Tongtian Tower. Tian murmurs to himself that the name of the tower is majestic, which seems to have another metaphor.
Where is the sky? Is it a square-inch spiritual realm or an endless starry sky? If this tower can reach the sky, then did the earth find a way to the heaven in ancient times? If not, how did the ancient friars of Shui Yuzon leave?
Ancestral star split, heaven and earth collapse, riding on the floating and starry sky.
What is the explanation of the ancient characters in Shueiyue sect?
Tian, puzzled, stroked the smooth body of the tower polished by the wind and rain. A moment later, he stepped into the Tongtian Tower. Although from the memory of the old man, he has found a way to enter the mysterious little world. But he still looked at the environment in the tower very carefully. When his eyes fell on a statue worshipped in front of him, he could not help looking at it and shaking it inexplicably. The statue is not a human being, not a god, but a huge Dan stove with simple style.
Tian walked quickly and caressed his palm on the red stove.
His eyes were full of endless reminiscence.
Green stove.
It turned out to be the Dan stove that he had been using in Fengsu and Spirit Realm. With this Dan stove, he refined many elixirs of heaven and earth with his superb attainments of Dan Dao, and achieved the prestige of Emperor Dan. Unexpectedly, I saw the statue of Qinglu here. If it wasn't for the size of the statue that was much bigger than his green stove, Tian might have really taken the statue as his green stove. Eyes inch by inch swept the green stove statue, and finally fell on a line of small characters carved on the base of the statue.
No, I'm not a fish, I'm not a child. No fish.
Looking at the familiar handwriting, Tian's eyes turned red, and a young man's face with a simple smile appeared in his mind. He was dressed in a blue shirt and devoted himself to cultivating Taoism. He was gentle and elegant.
He was the 72nd disciple of his own.
Originally, he thought that he had fallen in the sky-shaking battle. Unexpectedly, he escaped the disaster and arrived on the earth to Tianju Mountain. At this time, Yi Tian's heart is very urgent. He takes another look at the green stove. He floats along the black stone steps to the top of the tower. Yi Tian is already on the 9th floor of the 9-story pagoda. A little observation of the top of the tower, a magic hit on the pattern of yin and yang fish hanging above. The pattern of the top of the tower suddenly changed. The top of the tower, which had covered the stone tower for countless years, disappeared in front of our eyes, and was replaced by a cloud of ash. It doesn't look so thick, but it's as substantial as it is. Even if you use the source eye, you can't find the situation inside. Yi Tianlu pondered and drank, earth beetle. With the movement of the 5 elements, his body slowly emerged a layer of yellowish light curtain, which tightly wrapped it. Then Yi Tian's body was vertical, and he jumped into the clouds at the top of the tower. As soon as he entered, Yi Tian felt a whirl of heaven and earth, as if there were countless stones smashing at him, everywhere, and he could not escape. What's more, what exists at the same time is the tearing force coming from all directions, which is so powerful that it has the potential to tear people into countless pieces. Space turbulence. With Yi Tian's insight, he immediately realized that this is indeed a space channel, and it is a space channel for autonomous transmission. With such a strong tearing force of space turbulence, I'm afraid that most of the sky-level top-strong people will fall into it. No wonder Lu Bufan was seriously injured at the beginning. It must have something to do with this turbulent space. If he had not learned from the memory of the old man that Lu Bufan had indeed entered, and that this passage was indeed leading to that mysterious little world, he would not have entered so rashly. As for the old man, he never went in, and Lu Bufan didn't reveal the mysterious little world and space passage, so that the old man of Qingmingzong didn't know about it. Naturally, some of the disciples of Qingming's sect broke the ban and tried to enter the small world to find a chance, but without exception, those who entered never came out again. Re-solidifying earth armor. When the earth armor on his body is torn and broken by the huge force of space, Yi Tian applies the Taoist art of earth armor to re-solidify the earth armor to protect his body. After returning to the market in Kunlun and absorbing the natural spirit jade, he is transformed from an ordinary body into a perfect immortal body. Not only his aptitude has changed, but also his physical body has become extremely strong. What's more, he is more skillful in performing the 5 elements Taoism. Just like the skill of earth and armor, it used to be impossible to perform, but now it's really easy. Yi Tian is confident that he can pass through this space channel safely, even if he doesn't use the Taoist art of earth armor. But he doesn't want to make himself too embarrassed. If he doesn't use the Taoist art, isn't that a fool? Fortunately, the turbulence in space didn't last long. When the second soil armor broke, the tearing force of space suddenly disappeared. At the foot of Yi Tian, he fell on a hard bluestone. This is... Looking at the familiar and strange scenery, the tears in Yi Tian's eyes couldn't help flowing down. That's right. This small world, less than 10 li in radius, is just the corner of Qingming blessed land. Here, Yaoer and I had a lot of happy time, fishing by the pool and playing flute in the bamboo forest. There is the Baguio pavilion, but now it has turned into a pile of gravel. Not far away from the pool, built in the bamboo forest, is its own sutra pavilion. Now it is a piece of broken walls and tiles, which is ugly. A little farther away, it used to be a medicine garden, one of its 36. Before the disaster, there were many miraculous medicines growing here. It's just that it's now scorched. Yi Tian's eyes a little bit to see, heavy steps forward, every scene has been so familiar, but now things are different. Beauty is no longer like a big dream. There is endless sigh in Yi Tian's heart, and his tears are full of placket unconsciously. A moment later, he walked through the whole small world. Except for the dim scenery, he didn't find any old things of that year. I think Lu Bufan or other people who entered the small world had already cleaned up. Small world is not big, 10 miles of land, to the edge is a dark black chaos, like the beginning of the world. Pangu did not wake up. Yi Tian gradually recovered from the sadness of seeing Qingming blessed land for the first time, and stood on the edge of the dark black little world to observe carefully. It's a field array. A moment later, his eyes were full of enlightenment. Although the current cultivation is no more than the cave and sea view, his insight is beyond the reach of ordinary monks. He was sure that this was indeed a field Dharma array. From the perspective of the fluctuation of the Dharma array, it was also a strong Dharma array made by the great friar of Yupu realm. Once confirmed, Tian didn't try to break the field array. Joking, the array has the power of heaven and earth, not to mention himself. Even in Yuanying, he may not be able to break it. Is this not a fragment of the blessed land of Qingming, but a complete blessed land of Qingming, but is it used to imprison or suppress by people who set up a Dharma array here? And there is just an unknown space passage here? If so, isn't the outside of the field array the home of Yaoren himself? The more Tian thought about it, the more he felt that he was close to the truth. However, what was the reason for the great monk of Tangtang Yupu setting up such a powerful field array, to suppress these broken bricks and tiles, or to block one's own sutra pavilion? Before the Great Calamity, there were some books in the sutra pavilion, such as Kung Fu, Taoism and so on. However, in the War of the Great Calamity, many books were damaged. Perhaps the founders of Qingming sect of the earth only got these incomplete secret scripts to create those incomplete skills in Taoism. Is the creator of Qingmingzong Mo or someone else? Murphy can be ruled out, because he can complete Taoism. However, where are today's ink fish? Tian had a lot of thoughts. All of a sudden, his mind flashed and he floated into the bamboo forest. If he remembered well, he and Ning Yao had buried some treasures under the bamboo forest. I don't know if they are still there at this time. Bamboo leaf breeze, or the old times. With his memory, Tian quickly found a clump of thick bamboo next to him and cast his eyes to the ground. A moment later, his face was full of joy, and immediately his figure disappeared from the original place, and he was already using the technique of earth evasion to enter the underground. After 10 breaths, Tian's figure appeared in the bamboo forest again, but in his hand, he had a jade pot with green color in simple breath. The jade jar is like a wine jar, and its workmanship is extremely fine. If it is filled with fine wine, it can hold at least 5 jin of wine. Looking at the wine world in his arms, Tian's heart is full of ups and downs, giving birth to the color of infinite reminiscence. He slowly sat on the grass in the bamboo forest, put the jade pot in front of his knee, and gently stroked the cool and pleasant pot with his fingers, thinking of the man that year and that month. That year, she was as beautiful as jade, and her light clothes were better than snow. He and Ning Yao traveled together in the spiritual realm and got 5 extremely rare miraculous fruits by chance. This fruit is just like its name. It is full of vitality and has magical effect on healing injury and restoring mana. However, the fruit trees are very strict with the growing environment. Tian can't be transplanted to Qingming Blessed Land, and the fruit can't survive long after it leaves the branch. After Tian and Ning Yao brought it back to Qingming Blessed Land, they made this jar of liquid according to the ancient secret recipe, using more than 10 kinds of precious elixirs as auxiliary materials, and the famous water of forgetting Immortal spring in Fangsu and Lingyu. This jade jar is made of the best quality wood spirit jade. The spirit can nourish the strange liquid in the jar, and then absorb the pure chi of bamboo and wood. The longer the time, the more effective the liquid will be. Tian was going to leave this jar of liquid after the birth of the crystal of Heningyao. Who knows, it was attacked and killed by 8 Yupu people in less than 10 years, so that this jar of liquid has been buried deep in the bamboo forest for many years. Fortunately, when he buried the jade pot, he sealed the amazing aura on the jade pot with a secret method. Otherwise, he did not dare to guarantee whether the jar of Zhaohua liquid would return to his hands today. At this time, the jade jar made of the best wood attribute Lingyu can only feel the subtle aura, and the essence of the Reiki is absorbed into it as early as part of the liquid. From this point alone, Tian can infer that the jade pot was not buried for thousands of years. A moment of rebirth, looking back, it is 1,000 years. What is the reason for the confusion of time and space? For a moment, Tian's eyes became clear. He carefully removed the wax seal from the mouth of the jar and opened the jade jar. Suddenly, the majestic aura mixed with a faint fragrance came to his face. Tian felt that the magic power in his body recovered when the fragrance was inhaled into his heart. Just now, Tian used his fist to break the void, but he hit it with all his strength and almost used up 9 out of 10 of his mana. It was the void time in Dantian.
Only smelling the smell of the liquid, the mana recovered by half. Tian was overjoyed.
Unexpectedly, the magical effect of the liquid was far beyond the original expectation. At this time, he could no longer restrain the excitement in his heart. He flicked his finger at the mouth of the jade jar, and a drop of clear liquid with startling aura popped out of the mouth of the jar as if it gave birth to spirituality, and then shot it into Tian's mouth. At the entrance of a drop of nature liquid, Tian suddenly feels a shock from his body. A cool air spreads all over his body. His limbs and bones are so comfortable that they turn into endless mana and rush into the dantian.
3 breath, just 3 breath time.
Tianbian felt that his mana had been completely restored and reached the highest level in history.
So amazing? With a long roar, Tian's body soared up and stood on top of the bamboo forest.
His body swayed back and forth with the bamboo branches, and his mood was unspeakable.
Is it possible that everything has a definite number, and there is a cycle of cause and effect?
What they buried with Ningyao at that time was a great help to their rise. Although Emperor's boxing is extremely powerful, his realm is still shallow at this time, and he can't even exert half of his boxing power. However, the most suitable Pushu boxing is that it consumes too much mana.
At present, it can only give a full blow. But with this jar of liquid, you can recover your mana at any time, and you will not be hindered by lack of mana anymore. You can use it at will.
In this way, the world's largest, where can not go.
Come on, Dark Friars, come down. I will make you regret coming to Earth Star.
There are Hualing Valley, Danxia Blessed Land, Lingshu Blessed Land, Qingyuan Dongtian, Dongjin Market, Sanling Mountain, and Guangtian Temple.
You thieves, Tian, will go to seek justice in the future. Tian, in a mood of agitation, let out a long roaring sound. After venting, he fell back to the ground and sealed the jade pot again. He was included in Zumishio. Later, he looked carefully in the cave again, but he didn't find anything surprising. Finally, he came to the medicine garden. In Qingming Blessed Land, Tian has 36 medicine nurseries, with a total area of nearly 100 mu. He cultivates the corresponding elixirs according to the different geographical environment. However, there is one thing that is the same in those medicine nurseries. They all use 5 colors of Lingtu. This kind of 5-color spiritual soil is the spiritual soil formed in the intersection of 5 elements. This kind of soil is not a material for refining utensils, but a kind of spiritual soil for cultivating miraculous drugs. No matter it is any kind of magic medicine, it can be planted on the 5-color spiritual soil. Not only that, but also because of the influence of the 5 elements aura contained in the 5-color soil, the property of the 5-color soil can be greatly improved. It can be said that the 5-color spiritual soil is the most coveted thing for all the danshio and the herb gatherers. Once, at Mo's home in Qiyun Mountain, Tian got a small piece of 5-color spiritual soil, which had been used by him to cultivate lupin old ginseng from Kunlun Mountain. However, this small piece of 5-color spiritual soil is too small, and even the cultivation of Lupinloshanshan is a little insufficient, which is far less than the great demand of Tian, the Emperor of Dan. Who knows, it's God's will that Tian returns here one day through the Tongtian Tower of Qingming sect, and comes to the front of the medicine garden. If we don't take away the 5-color spiritual soil, we will live up to this great opportunity. When Tian thinks about this, he has already released the fierce sword. The body of the sword hums and vibrates a few times, and then he stabs the medicine garden with a flash of light. A piece of burnt 5-color spiritual soil is picked out from the medicine garden by the fierce soldier's flying sword and flies to Tian. Tian moves repeatedly, and brings the obtained 5-color spiritual soil into Shumi commandment. For a long time, Tian collected all the 5-colored soil in this 2-mu medicinal garden. In this way, Tian didn't give up. He carefully checked the medicine garden, which was dug out of a deep pit, and collected the fish that had missed the net again. He didn't give up until he knew that the whole medicine garden site had no more colorful spiritual soil. Next, it took Tian more than 3 hours to rearrange the spirit grass he had hidden. He planted all those that could be cultivated with 5-color spirit soil, and received Shumi Jia. After everything is finished, Tian looks around the corner of Qingming Blessed Land, and comes to the bluestone where he entered.
A magic power hit on it, and the stone turned into a dense and surging cloud like the top of the 9-story tower. The earthen beetle leans on his body again. Yi Tian's mana protects his body and jumps into the clouds. It's still like the turbulence of space, the tearing force of space, and the dizziness. However, for Yi Tian, who has gone through the turbulence once, these are all the same children. Soon, Yi Tian's body must have fallen on the 9th floor of Tian Tower. His mind spread and covered the whole Qingming zone, his brow could not help picking, and a smile appeared on his lips. Ding-ling-ling. At this time, his mobile phone rings suddenly. Take out the mobile phone to have a look. Yi Tian connected the phone. Suzerain, we've finally got through. Where are you? Without waiting for Yi Tian to speak, there was Zhou Changchun's anxious voice. Wait for me where you are. Yi Tian didn't say much. He hung up after this sentence. Then the figure flashed and disappeared from the original place. It's the art of phone done. When he reappeared, he had come to the collapsed temple of Qingming Zone, and in front of him, Zhou Changchun was turning his back to himself, looking in front of him. I'm here, Mr. Chiu. Yi Tian greets him gently and opens his mouth with a smile. He used to call Zhou Changchun the Elder. At that time, he wanted to show that he was in line with his age. Otherwise, he would be considered impolite. But that kind of address, Yi Tian himself felt very uncomfortable. After all, he is an old monster who has reached the age of 200. Zhou Changchun calls himself master with a low eyebrow. But now it's different. As the lord of the Miluo Palace, Zhou Changchun has become a member of the Miluo Palace. It's not appropriate to call him the elder. It's not impolite to call him the elder. When Zhou Changchun heard this, he suddenly turned around and saw that he didn't know when he had reached the leaf sky behind him. He couldn't help but feel afraid. Fortunately, this person is Yi Tian. If the enemy suddenly attacks him, maybe he doesn't even know how to die. As a result of this, the old man was inexplicably awed by Yi Tianchang. Lord! Zhou Changchun clasped his fists and saluted with a solemn expression, which was quite different from the previous appearance. Yi Tian was dumbfounded and waved his hand. The old man doesn't have to be like this. They are all from his own family. Why should we stick to the common customs when we are alone? Haha, the Lord is right. Yan Bing is my apprentice. If you two get married, we will be a family. Zhou Changchun didn't hold on for 10 seconds, and he began to pull up Yuan Yangpi again. He was really optimistic about Yi Tian, and felt that no one was worth Yan Bing's entrustment except Yi Tian. The old man is going to be a matchmaker? How can Yi Tian not see Zhou Changchun's mind? He immediately laughed and joked, and then changed the conversation. Don't you mind if I come to have a look? Needless to say, Yi Tian also knows that it must be Yan Bing who told Zhou Changchun that he had singled out Qingming Zone. Otherwise, he should have built the Miluo Palace in Jiangnan, and he would never have been here. Originally, I don't trust the patriarch, but I feel relieved as soon as I get here. I've seen the Qingming sect all over the place, but it's empty. I think it's the Lord who killed a few people to frighten them. The rest of them have fled. Zhou Changchun pointed to a few bodies nearby and guessed. He came from the south of the Yangtze River. Although the distance from the South China Sea to here is almost the same, he can't fly with his sword. Climbing is entirely on foot. Because I was worried, I took a straight distance when climbing the mountain. I didn't take the mountain road, and I didn't come across the mountains, and I didn't meet the people who left Qingming Zone. So when we arrived at Qingming sect, we didn't know the details at all, except for some clues. Yi Tian shook his head and said with a smile, Mr. Chiu is only half right. I really killed these people, but the rest of the Qingming sect didn't escape. Instead, they abandoned their cultivation and left the mountain. Qingming sect has been removed from its name. Zhou Changchun was stunned, and then his face changed greatly. He pulled Yi Tian's arm and said, Lord, go, it's not suitable to stay here for a long time. Say words, then want a pull leaf day to leave here. Who knows, Zhou Changchun, who is an old monster in the sky, didn't pull Yi Tian by a dime, and then added force again, but still had no effect. Why is that, old man? Yi Tian frowns.
Xiao Changchun is old. He usually looks steady, but now he looks like a hairy young man.
Listening to Yi Tian's question, Xiao Changchun's face was worried. Lord, to tell you the truth, I'm anxious to come here when I hear that smelly girl Yan Bing said you came to Qingmingzong. On the way, I contacted a friend for many years to inquire about the recent situation of Qingmingzong, thinking about the role of knowing oneself and the other. It happened that the friend knew something about Qingming sect. He said that there was a new leader of Qingming sect. He awed the 3 hidden elders of Qingming sect with his own strength in one move, and his cultivation was unfathomable.
According to that friend, no one in the world can be better.
Although the master's accomplishments are extraordinary, if the other side dares to play the banner of Qingming sect again, he must have enough confidence.
If we stay here too long and wait for him to come back, I'm afraid things are not good.
When Xiao Changchun finished speaking, Yi Tian began to laugh, and then pointed to the corpse of the young man in black on the ground.
Is that the new patriarch you are talking about? He's dead. Look, these people come out. From the position, he's the head of the crowd, isn't he? Xiao Changchun's face was smothering. He went over and looked at it carefully.
When he saw the trace of Shumi commandment on the finger of the corpse, he was able to confirm that what Yi Tian said was true.
The mark is obviously deep, and the color is whiter than the rest of the finger.
I'm afraid that the change can only happen after wearing Shumi commandment for many years.
Shumi commandment is absolutely a rare thing in the world.
Besides the leader of Qingming sect, Lu Bufan, who is known as the first person in the world, owns one. No one else in Qingmingzong had the chance and strength to get this magical thing. He also learned from Yi Tian that there was such a magical thing in the world. Those who dare to wear this ring are confident that they can protect it without being robbed. The face of the young man in black is very strange.
He is a man of 3 sects and 6 sections.
Xiao Changchun is very familiar with the strong men of Qingming sect, even including the hidden elders, but this person is the only one who meets for the first time. For various reasons, he was sure that what Yi Tian said was true. At this point, Xiao Changchun was shocked.
How strong is the young patriarch now? How can you kill so many people? His eyesight was pretty good. He could see that all the people died in one move. Well, don't be surprised.
I hope that there will be a new leader of Qingming sect, who can help us to help the poor in the Miluo Palace.
The sect is newly established, and there will be a lot of waste waiting for the prosperity. The old people will have to work hard.
Yi Tian how can't see Xiao Changchun's mind, simply no longer say more about this matter, change the topic.
The great foundation of Qingming Zongnua can't be wasted. I have a few things to tell Qiu Lao.
Lord, please tell me.
Xiao Changchun bows to him once again.
When he reaches his age, he has already passed the stage of choosing people according to their age. In this world, the strong are respected. Only by following the right people and standing in a good line can he make his hard road of cultivation further. From the peak of the earth level before to now, it has become an old monster of heaven and man.
Isn't it because of the elixir given by Yi Tian?
If you do your best for this patriarch, others will not treat you badly.
In the future, it is possible to break through the heaven level and enter the congenital world.
Therefore, he is more respectful than before, and his posture is extremely low.
Yi Tian didn't correct each other's attitude too much.
Instead, he was in the original square-inch spiritual realm. He was as obedient as a crushing carp. He was used to everything, and he didn't feel strange. Well, old man, remember, first of all, the foundation of Qingming sect is good. The Millennium large-scale basic plate can't be wasted. From today on, this place will become a branch of the Miluo Palace, and Mr. Chiu will be in charge of it.
Yi Tianxiao pointed around and said with high spirits.
Yes, Xiao Changchun did not say a word more, but simply agreed. Yi Tian nodded with satisfaction and continued, the second thing is to collect the items left by Qingming sect, repair the damaged buildings, receive the visiting Lingzhen, awaken the heaven and man, and select the person with good character as the candidate disciple of the Miluo Palace.
Third, the Zhongniaitong Tian Pagoda is listed as a forbidden area.
No one is allowed to get close to the surrounding area within 10 feet.
Those who violate the order will be killed.
The fourth thing is to recruit the blackguards of the Miluo Palace in front of many mountain people through your previous contacts.
The recruitment of the head of the Black Guards is very important. You choose the candidates and I'll check them myself. The Black Guards are only responsible to me. I promise that once I become the Black Guard of the Miluo Palace, I will ensure that the top of the Shin level will be promoted to the prefecture level, the top of the prefecture level will be promoted to the heaven level, and the top of the heaven level will be born. Hiss. Listen to Yi Tian finish. Xiao Changchun took a breath of air conditioning. To know that prefecture level peak into congenital, there is no one, it is very difficult. If I didn't take the elixir, I might still be at the peak of the prefecture level. However, if you want to say that the highest level of heaven has entered into the congenital world, he is not sure about Yi Tian's realm, except that Lu Bufan, the leader of Qingming's sect. It can be seen how big Yi Tian's tone is. However, Zhou Changchun didn't feel any moisture. Just, aftertaste Yi Tian's words, he added, is the yellow level peak also ensure to enter the Shen level? No yellow. Yi Tian doesn't think so. After explaining some things, Yi Tian left a box of gold for Zhou Changchun to use as funds. Then he left Qingmingzong by flying sword and rushed to the nearest high-speed railway station. On the way, he contacted Mengfang and Qi Yun of Baihua Valley in eastern Fujian, and told them the same story about recruiting the Black Guards, so that they could pay more attention to their relationship. Yi Tian needs a group of forces that only belong to himself, and this kind of power comes from different channels, and may be able to check and balance each other when it is critical. I will leave the temple frequently in the future. If I don't have enough strength to guard it, if I am chosen by the coming Dark Friars or other forces one day, won't I be too sorry for those disciples who follow me? Yi Tian believes that although the conditions given by himself are very simple, no one can resist them. This is a huge pie, and it is the kind that can be eaten. Later, Yi Tian contacted Qin Luoshan and asked him to assist Meng Fang in receiving the Tianren backup disciple of Awakening Lingzhen. Qin Luoshan doesn't need to come forward to receive her. She just needs to do a good job in logistics. She can't be careless about some small things like food and accommodation. They talked about the progress of the construction of the Miluo Palace and hung up. The next afternoon, Yi Tian arrived at Nanhai High-Speed Railway West Station. As soon as I passed the exit, I saw the ice devil Yan Bing waving to himself not far away. What's the matter? Come to me as a shield? Two people get together, Yi Tian jokes. Yan Bing's face, which was full of smiles, suddenly grew long. He punched Yi Tian's chest and threw a wide eye. If there were not a very urgent situation, and the master asked me to tell you at the first time, I would not bother to come to you. Urgent? You don't call me in case of emergency? Yi Tian narrowed his eyes. His eyes radiated a direct light. He turned Yan Bing's face red and lowered his head. After several seconds, he whispered, I can't get through. How can I get through? Yi Tian took out his mobile phone and shook it. 1 grid, 2 grids, 3 grids, 4 grids, 5 grids, 6 grids. You see, the signal is full. Yan Bing was Yi Tian exposed the lie on the spot, in the heart a burst of shamanoid, mouth but don't forgive people, can't get through, is my phone out of electricity, okay? They quarreled and came to the corner of the station square, where there was no one else. Come on, what's the big deal? Are you playing truant today? Yi Tian won. Originally he wanted to go home directly after standing. Yi Tian, do you understand? You're the one who's playing truant. Tomorrow's final exam, the teacher does not have to go to class, all the students review in the classroom, you are the only one to skip class. Yan Binghao takes an opportunity to stimulate Yi Tian. Oh, yes, it's the final exam tomorrow. Yi Tian scratched his head, thank you for reminding me. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to review. Yan Bing pulls Yi Tian, they haven't said anything serious yet. Why do you want to leave? You're so unruly. You have to say something unruly first. Is it fun? Besides, my name is Yi Tian, but I don't. Why do you have to call me elder martial brother leader? Yi Tian starts to revenge Yan Bing with a bad smile. In his previous life, the Ice Devil made him suffer a lot, so that he had a big shadow in his heart at that time. Well, seriously, there's an important piece of news. Yan Bing once again lost the battle and turned to the main topic. I have received a small message that because of the change of heaven and earth,
there are a large number of people awakened by Ling Zhen. The government began to prepare for the establishment of two ancient martial arts academies, one in the capital and the other in the South China Sea. It is possible that I will be transferred to Guwu College in Nanhai as a teaching assistant.
Teaching assistants?
This is indeed an important news. Yi Tian did not expect such a situation. You are such a person to be a teaching assistant, then what kind of person can be an instructor? Yan Bing gently shook his head. I just got such a news, I have no way to know the details.
But I've heard one thing before.
Although mountain people are very mysterious, they are only relative to ordinary people. It's not that the government doesn't know about this, and it's said that the government also controls the power of the people on the mountain.
Think about it. As a national machine, how can the cards in its hands be weak?
The reason why the mountain people of different sects don't easily attack ordinary people is that there is such a mysterious force. If mountain people commit many crimes, they will surely be punished by the official force. In the past, there were some mysterious disappearances of mountain people, and they were probably punished. However, there was a conflict among the mountain people before, but the officials rarely involved. Maybe this is the reason why we should grasp the big and let go the small, or it is very possible to weaken the mountain people's strength through internal competition. In a word, that mysterious force is to protect the people and not to interfere in the personal enmity of the mountain people. Therefore, I speculate that the instructors and senior managers of the two Guwu colleges should be held by the official mountain people, but they certainly have their own tasks, and they can't fully devote themselves to the teaching of Guwu College, so they are looking for teaching assistants among the current teachers. In his previous life, Yi Tian was just an ordinary person.
He was no different from other students in school. He didn't know anything about cultivation.
He didn't know the people on the mountain, let alone the official information Yan Bing said. But after Yan Bing said that, he immediately realized that most of these rumors are true.
If the official does not have any powerful deterrent force on the mountain people, are those mountain people against the sky?
While digesting the news, Yan Bing continued, although the grapevine has not been confirmed yet, the school has received documents from the higher authorities to make detailed statistics on the awakening of heaven and man. It is estimated that the purpose is to prepare for the recruitment of students from Guwu College. And in this list, there's your name. I'll go. Yi Tian had no choice but to smile. At my level, it is estimated that being an instructor is a talent.
If I go to Guwu College, I can learn a Mao.
Yes, I think so, too.
But why do you want to go?
Yan Bing rarely stood in Yi Tian's camp and seemed helpless. No matter what your personal wishes are, it's said that the students recruited are compulsory.
It's not a matter of whether you want to go or not. It's a matter of having to go and not going against them.
Moreover, it is said that the Guwu Academy will adopt military management, and the system is particularly strict.
I don't know too much about the rest.
Well, I know that.
Thank you for coming so far to tell me.
The soldiers will come to cover the water and the earth.
Let's wait until the time. By the way, how did you come? Yi Tian is upset and doesn't worry too much about I'll go.
He doesn't want to continue this topic, so he wants to go back and think about it. If, as Yan Bing said, the Guwu College is officially established, and it is compulsory, then the vast majority of students will be recruited by Guwu College. Heaven and man are awakened, but their predecessors are still ordinary people. There is no room to refuse. This has formed a strong impact on the recruitment of the disciples of the Miluo Palace, and a large number of excellent students will miss the Miluo Palace.
To recruit those disciples, Yi Tian wants to improve their cultivation and enhance their strength.
Sooner or later, the earth will face the Kunling realm or the myriad tribes in the upper world.
If it's just fish, how can he face the swordsman?
On the other hand, the more we recruit, the more we can protect these people from the opportunities of the dark monks. The third point, which is also his most personal point, is that he still has a good wish in his heart. He hopes that the Miluo Palace will be built, that the disciples will be strong, and that the scale of the square-inch spiritual realm will be restored. One day, Ning Yao, his lover, will be revived. When he wakes up, he will see such a Miluo Palace for the first time.
How happy Yaoer would be with such a big gift.
Yan Bing naturally doesn't know the abacus in Yi Tian's heart.
She shakes the car key in her hand. Well, I'm driving your Land Rover. You left in a hurry that day. I left my car keys in my office. Well, you can take me back.
I'll take advantage of this time to review.
The study is a good beginning and a good ending.
By the way, remember to cheer me on. Tian spread his mind and saw the black Land Rover in the parking lot in an instant. As he walked there, he said,
Okay, Tian, come on, I'll take care of you.
Yan Bing clenched her fist and jerked down.
What do you think? Into my tank, come on. Tian left a sentence and walked away quickly. Black Land Rover didn't stop until the teaching building. This is Yan Bing's privilege as a teaching assistant. In Nanhai University, it's not so easy for cars outside the campus to enter the campus.
As soon as the car stops, Tian pushes open the door and sneaks into the teaching building like a thief. He finds that a group of students gather on the side of the playground and see that he wants to make dumplings.
We must keep a low profile. Tian doesn't want to cause any more trouble. What a boring day. However, he underestimated his influence.
As soon as he entered the classroom, the original quiet atmosphere was suddenly broken, and the classroom became lively.
Yi, I thought you were not coming. Xiong stands up for the first time to say hello. This kind of congenital advantage makes him feel very satisfied.
Tian is a big character, but it's my brother. Tian waved to Xiong with a smile on his face, but he didn't leave the other students behind.
He waved around with his hands, saying hello to them all. Then he went back to his seat and took out his textbook.
All eyes follow his figure like a spotlight, and some girls are crazy. Their eyes are full of shining stars.
Tian didn't pay too much attention to it. He can't help it. Being too handsome is also a crime.
One more look at any girl will hurt the hearts of other girls. Pick up a textbook at will, finger gently on the textbook, the page is like flowing water, and Tian's idea has covered the book, the content is quickly recorded in the mind.
Yi, are you practicing counting money? Or yen ruyu?
Shishang stabbed Tian and felt a little puzzled.
Gunduzi, I'm not reviewing.
Tian Bai takes a look at Xiong and continues to turn the book.
Listen, is that human talk? It's called review. How can you make us have 4 big lessons a day? God, please take my knee.
Also teach us how to review like this. You see, the great God is the great God.
It's faster to turn a face than to turn a book.
Great God, you also scold me.
I want to be your brother too.
Immediately, there was a friendly compliment in the classroom, and the classroom became chaotic. Bang! Suddenly, the door of the classroom was pushed open, and the headmaster Wang Hai came in angrily.
What about the voice?
Listen, your class is the most vocal in the whole teaching building.
You're the worst class I've ever seen. Tomorrow is the exam. I don't study hard at ordinary times. Now I don't hold Buddha's feet temporarily. Just wait for you. Buddha will give you a kick sooner or later. What are you looking at? I have words on my face. As soon as he entered the door, Wang Hai had a gloomy face and began to scold him like a bean in a bamboo tube. As soon as he exclaimed, the classroom immediately quieted down. No one was stupid. How could he fight against the headmaster? The arm can't twist the thigh. If you are caught, the headmaster can let you fail every minute.
Seeing that his deterrent effect was good, Wang Hai looked around the class, nodded with satisfaction and was ready to leave. However, he just turned around and suddenly turned back. At a glance, he saw a familiar figure.
Yes, his eyes fell on Yi Tian's face. Wang Hai immediately put on a smile and trotted to Yi Tian. You came back to review yourself, too?
When I went, there was a buzz in the classroom. Wang Hai's face became stern again. You see, Yi Tian is the best student in Nanhai University. He can come back to review his lessons in his busy schedule.
What does that mean? People who are better than you work harder than you.
Why don't you work hard?
Many students feel angry, but they don't dare to show it. There's no way. Who can make the form better than others? Yi Tian is very good, but often truant. As a headmaster, you can't be shameless, can you? Why can the villain lay down his butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot? But we good people who sit in class every day have to go through the difficulty of 9,981? Why is it that once a firework woman is good, she is good, and once a good woman falls, she is willing to fall? However, who dares to say this truth, because Wang Hai has changed his smile again and bowed his head to Yi Tian and said, Yi Tian, I've made some good tea recently. Why don't you go to my tea? Well, you can make good tea first. I'll review all the lessons in 1 minute, and then go over. Yi Tian too continued to turn the textbook without raising his head. Well, I'm going to prepare now. Don't you not go. Wang Hai gets Yi Tian's promise, and his smile is more brilliant. On the contrary, he doesn't care what's wrong with Yi Tian's tone. What are you looking at? If you look at Yi Tian, you can cherish a minute. Learn from him and fight. Boys Wang Hai, while trying to instill the chicken soup in his mind, walked out. All the students in the classroom watched Wang Hai carefully close the door, and looked down at Yi Tian, who was once again in a mess in the wind. A minute later, Yi Tian closed the book on time. All the courses have been reviewed, and the relevant contents are deeply imprinted in his mind. Goodbye, students. I'm going to have tea. I'll treat you to the special scholarship this semester. Yi Tian waved his hand and went out of the classroom, which made the people in the classroom itch. Master, you can count it. Seeing Yi Tian enter the office, Wang Hai looks into the corridor, turns around and greets him cordially. He poured tea on Yi Tian, and Wang Hai touched his back with his hand and said, Master, I've always had a backache recently. Can you show me what's going on? Yi Tian put his finger on Wang Hai's pulse and quickly withdrew his finger. After taking a look around Wang Hai's face, he said mysteriously, in the future, more sports will be done on the playground, and the vast world and stage will be good for your health. The space of bed is too small. Well, I see. Is there any way to cure it now? Wang Hai's face turned red and asked. After practicing the palm technique taught by Yi Tian, he felt that he was out of breath and his legs were not sour. He went up to the 6th floor without any effort, so he was greedy. Who knows that this situation happened now? With a gesture, Yi Tian handed Wang Hai a piece of Huanglingdan. Just take this tonic. By the way, I have something to ask you, master, just ask. I'm sure I'll say everything I know. Wang Hai happily took over Huanglingdan and promised. It's said that the list of heaven and man of Lingan's awakening is to be counted. I'm also counted. Can you cross me out? Yi Tian goes straight to the point. Shifu is well informed. It's true, but it's impossible to cross it out. One is that the list has been submitted. On the other hand, the statistics are extremely strict. One is one. No matter what the reason is, no omission is allowed. However, this is a good thing. In the future, the government will set up an ancient martial arts college, and the recruited talents will be trained as elites, and they will certainly be reused in the future. Not to mention that, during the study period, all fees are free, and there are a lot of subsidies. This is a good thing that we can't ask for at ordinary times. Wang Hai felt that he could not understand Yi Tian, so he began to introduce him. I'm a sophomore now, and I'm going to that ancient martial arts college? Yi Tian asked again. Of course, don't say you're a sophomore. Guwu College has also set up a juvenile class and a children's class. Education should start with children, that is, kindergarten. As long as the Lingzhen is awakened, the government will also vigorously cultivate it. This is an overwhelming task. All schools should make way for Guwu College. If you don't want to go to Guwu College, you can drop out after you enter, so that you can make it through. Seeing that Yi Tian didn't want to go to Guwu College from the bottom of his heart, Wang Hai gave an idea by the way. However, it's a piece of gossip. The government hasn't officially announced it. Moreover, there are many things to do to prepare for the Guwu Academy. It also takes a certain amount of time to prepare for it. Only after the beginning of the school can we have an accurate result. I don't know what will change then. Yi Tian thinks about it. When it comes to contingency, the most important thing is to take care of the things on his side.
After returning home from school, he said hello to Fan Cheng and Fan Chan and had a few simple conversations.
Yi Tian shut himself up in his room.
The change of heaven and earth makes the aura more intense, which catalyzes the leakage of the enchantment breath of Lu Qing. In this case, Yi Tian has no better way, unless he closes several big holes in Lu Qing's body. However, once closed for a long time, it will cause great harm to her body. From her own point of view, she can also practice the art of breath collection to hide her breath. However, no matter how skillful the art of breath collection is, it can only hide from the friars who are too low in the realm. If the realm is too high, it is impossible to hide from the past. Yi Tian takes out the pen and paper, writes down the art of breath collection, and gives it to Yu Qing to practice with him. He will face this problem in the future. Yi Qing is too timid, so Yi Tian gives up the idea of letting him practice ancient martial arts. After all, when he sees the enemy, he piles up first. How can he fight? It's better to put all your energy on the art of collecting breath, so that others can think that this is an ordinary person in the secular world. Back in the room, Yi Tian began to tidy up Sumishio.
Now he has 3 Shumi precepts.
In order not to be too eye-catching, he can't wear them all on his hands. He collected all the things that he used to use in his daily life into the biggest Shumi commandment. By the way, he counted the booty that he had seized from the one who came to see the sea. The results were very rich. There were more than 30 pieces of medium-quality Lingyu and more than 100 pieces of inferior Lingyu. It's a top-grade sort of Lingbing level. There are also 6 pills called Ningyuan pills. This kind of pills is suitable for sea-watching monks and can improve their skills.
In addition, there is a map.
Yi Tian looks at it carefully.
The map is centered on Huaxia, with a slight extension around it.
In some places, it's painted in red circles. This is Guishu in Kunlun Mountain.
This is Tianqi in Changbai Mountain. This is the Devil's Cave in northern Xinjiang. This is the Insect Valley in southern Yunnan.
Yi Tian's fingers are moving on the map, pressing on the red circle one after another. There are text marks of square-inch spiritual realm on it, and several of them are the 4 Jedi.
This is Death Valley in West Fujian. This is the Mausoleum of Emperor Qin.
This is Desert 7-Star Fortress. In some places, Yi Tian heard it for the first time, but it can be confirmed by words that he did not read the name wrong. There are more than 10 such addresses locked by the red circle.
Are these places related to ancient relics on the earth, or to Xianji?
Yi Tian doesn't know, but it's obvious that the reason why these places are surrounded must be the places that those who come will explore. Looking at the map, Yi Tian ponders for a moment, firmly remembers all the marks on the map in his mind, and then puts the map away. Later, he mobilized the power of his mind to observe the purple gold rune burned by the original spirit fire in the Dantian. When Yi Tian and Xiao Yuer explored the white bone altar together, they were forced into the body by the white bone giant. After the original spirit fire burned for many days, the purple gold rune had slightly deformed, but the face on it was still there. From the beginning to the end, Yi Tian did not feel uncomfortable because of this purple gold rune, but it was a big hidden danger. With the power of his mind, he drew hundreds of lines of fire from the original spirit fire, twined the purple gold rune round and fixed it in the elixir field, so as to continue refining, so as to avoid any unexpected problems in the future. In the next 2 days, Yi Tian took the final exam step by step. In any case, next semester, he will definitely not return to Nanhai University, which marks a successful end to his study career in Nanhai University.
It's also an explanation to the teachers and principals.
After all, except for a few talented people, the rest of the students still have to continue to study. There are no rules and regulations.
Yi Tian is not willing to give the school management lip service because of his frequent absenteeism. Let's talk about the results.
Yi Tian firmly believes that as long as the marking teacher is not blind, his subjects will be full marks. On the 3rd day, Black Land Rover set out on its way to Changbai Mountain in northeast China as planned. From the South China Sea to the northeast, there are high-speed rail and aviation, but both the airport and the high-speed rail station are quite a distance from Shixiang's home. In this way, it's not as convenient to drive with Yu Qing, Yuchan, Shaolizi and Shishong.
It's about 2,000 kilometers, just one more day's journey.
On the afternoon of the second day of departure, Black Land Rover stopped at the end of a road, which was within the scope of Changbai Mountain.
Changbai Mountain is a tourist attraction in northeast China. The highway is built directly in the mountain, but there is no more.
Further on, the mountains rise and fall, and there is only one path leading to Shixiang's home, about 20 miles away. Usually, Shixiang is used to walking.
He doesn't think it's too long. But now it's freezing and cold. Changbai Mountain is covered with snow and snow. The slope is slippery and it's not easy to walk.
According to Yi Tian's idea, the imperial sword takes people to Shixiang's home in 2 times. However, the cicada is making trouble to walk for a long distance, and Yi Qing doesn't stop him. At this time, she looked at the distant peak of Tianqi, and her face was full of reminiscence. After all, under the Tianqi Lake was her hometown. See, cicada mood is high. Anyway, Yi Tian also doesn't matter, also according to her. Little Chestnut took the lead, turned into a silver light, and ran out along the path, followed by Cicada, which also trotted all the way, and from time to time gave out a burst of silver bell-like laughter. Yi Tian and Shixiang follow Yu Cheng.
They talk and laugh all the way. The atmosphere is very relaxed. Less than 2 miles away, Yi Tian suddenly seems to feel it. He looks to Tianqi, but he sees 2 figures flying to this side in the sky. Leaf. Shixiang swallows a mouthful of saliva and calls Yi Tian. He has seen Yi Tian's sword flying. Naturally, he regards this kind of magical power as an immortal means. Now he suddenly sees that there are still people who can fly around in the sky. It's really a challenge to his cognition. In the twinkling of an eye, the 2 men had been close to each other. Yi Tian sent out a fierce sword and the sword met them. As soon as they got closer to each other, he changed his direction and stayed away from Shixiang, Yu Qing and others. There is no doubt that the 2 men and women must be the dark monks who came. Moreover, from the breath, he also felt that each other was the middle-term cultivation of the sea-watching realm. The sea view realm and above can also be divided into 4 small realms, namely, the early stage, the middle stage, the late stage and the great fullness. Although the cultivation of Guanhaijing in the middle period was much worse than that in the later period, it was absolutely as strong as that in the early period. The young man in black who Yi Tian killed in Qingningsang was just an early cultivation in the sea. This time, the 2 dark friars come together in the middle of the sea view, and Yi Tian suddenly feels a sharp increase in pressure. Fortunately, he says that as long as the other side is free to attack Shixiang and others, it will be a disaster for them. And Yi Tian doesn't think it's a coincidence that the other side flies over. Obviously, the other side is aiming at himself. The problem probably lies in the Shumi ring he got from the young man in black. In the 200 years of Fengsu and Lingyu, Yi Tian knew all kinds of things about it very well. For example, this Shumi commandment added some materials in the process of refining, so that he could trace where it appeared. It's just that the sensing range is limited, but generally there is no problem in 30 to 50 miles. It's hard to avoid the risk of being tracked unless you destroy the stamped item. It's a well-known thing in the square-inch spirit realm, but different ways. Yi Tian lets go of his mind as he defends his sword. Seeing that the 2 friars, a man and a woman, didn't give a hand to Shixiang and others, but ran straight after him, he was a little relieved. Tao Ling, the murderer who killed Xianxia, has been tracked down in the Changbai Mountain of the Earth Star. He has 9 levels of cultivation in the cave. I'm in pursuit with Xingtong. The middle-aged man, while chasing Yi Tian, reported to the sphere Tongyin Lingqi. Another beautiful-looking young nun also took out the same thing and said, "Please report to the Lord that Jianshang and I tracked down the murderer Xianxia in the Changbai Mountain of the Earth Star. We haven't started the cultivation on the 9th floor of the cave yet." "Well, I'll take them right away." "I understand. Report the result to the master at any time." 2 women's voices came out of the 2 spherical instruments. On the ground, Shixiang, Yu Qing, Yu Cicada, including Xiaoli Zi, all stopped and looked at the 3 figures in the sky. Their faces were full of worry. "It seems that Yi Yi is in trouble," Shixiang murmured. "Besides, it's no ordinary trouble. I can feel that those 2 people are better than higher than Yi Tian's cultivation." Shi Qing was already shaking slightly, and her voice was trembling. I can't imagine that the little monk in the cave has such speed. The speed of the two men behind is faster than that of Yi Tian, but Rao is so. The man Xiao, who is called Jianshang, is still surprised to say a word. The ability to kill Xuanli is enough to show that he is not vulgar. Let's treat him carefully. Don't underestimate the enemy just because he is in the cave. The star pupil willow leaf eyebrow slightly stirs up, reminds away. This should be so, you and I at the same time, to ensure that everything is safe. Jianshang nods gently, and uses magic power with Xingtong to urge the flying sword under her feet, which quickly shortens the distance between her and Yi Tian. It seems that the two monks who came into darkness were the best in the middle of the sea view, and almost reached the peak of the middle of the sea view. Yi Tian feels the breath and speed of the two people, and immediately has a further judgment in his heart. In this short chase, both sides have left the original place more than 10 miles away. At a certain moment, Yi Tian suddenly exerts his magic power and lands down quickly. The two men behind him have already reached a distance of about 34 zhang, and they also come down with the change of Yi Tian's direction. Go! Yi Tian suddenly turns around. He doesn't know when there is a fist-sized lotus in his hand. As he turns around, he murmurs and flicks his fingers. The lotus rushes to the two men. Blast! Then Yi Tian drinks again, and the lotus explodes like the sun. The power of the terrible explosion sweeps away to the two monks who can catch up with him. The two men were already alert when Yi Tian turned around and sent out the spirit fire lotus, but it was too short for them to react. They almost just shot to the left and right to dodge. The spirit fire god lotus had already exploded. Jianshang was in the center of the explosion. In the terrible explosion power of Lingua Shenlian, she had turned into many pieces of corpses. She was blown to pieces and fell down. Nun Xingtong was a little better. In a hurry, she offered a shield-shaped defense device, but she was blown out of the air like a sandbag by the force of explosion. When Yi Tian releases the spirit fire god lotus, his body suddenly retreats until the god lotus explodes, but the imperial sword shoots at the star pupil, then his right fist swings fiercely, and a streamer comes out. It's just my own killing move, breaking empty fist. As soon as the shadow of the broken empty fist comes, it hits Xingtong. With a bang, Xingtong, who was seriously injured, is beaten in two. The corpse fell to the snow below and fell in the thick snow. There was a lot of red blood on the white snow. Yi Tian gestured and pinched a white transparent pill into his mouth. This is the liquid he prepared in advance. Before he set out, it was coated with a drop of liquid. For the convenience of taking, Yi Tian made hundreds of such pills before he set out. He couldn't take out the jade jar and take it with a drop when fighting with others? At the entrance of the white pill, Yi Tian gently bites it, and his fortune liquefies. His magic power rushes into the four limbs and hundreds of bones into the elixir field. Between 3 and 4 breath, his magic power has been fully restored. However, the inner vision of the spirit fire in the Dantian has been withered. 1 or 2 days should not be able to send out the spirit fire lotus again. Yi Tian didn't care so much. After a little inspection, he released his mind and searched the ground for the spirit tools and Shumi commandments left by the two dark monks. At the same time, the square-inch spirit world, the mysterious space. The beautiful nun in light gauze appeared again. At this time, her face was faint with a trace of panic. She came to the black man and whispered, "Lord, the soul cards of Jianshang and Xingtong broke at the same time. They have fallen near Tianqi of Changbai Mountain, the Earth Star." What? At the same time in the black air, the man stood up, his voice containing anger. What a waste! 2 midterm monks were killed at the same time. What message do they have to pass on? There's no latest information. It's the one they sent back before. I'm afraid my opponent is too strong to send out the information about the situation before the fall by tracking a monk on the 9th floor of the cave near Tianqi and Changbai Mountain. Mei Yan Nun returned cautiously. I'm afraid it's not so simple. The monk on the 9th floor of the cave can't kill them anyway. He should be just a bait. The real danger should be a strong man hidden behind. However, the Earth Star should not exist like this. Chuanin Taoling asks her to go to Tianqi of Changbai Mountain immediately to find out the truth and tell her to be careful. No matter what happens,
she doesn't want to kill the enemy, she just wants to bring back the true information. Once something is found, it should be communicated at any time and no omission is allowed. In addition, go to the coming passage quickly, open the altar at all costs, and strengthen the coming passage quickly. In the near future, our king will send the strong one to go there again. The man repressed the anger in his heart and deliberated the order. Below the battlefield, Tian did not waste too much time, he had found what he was looking for. 2 flying swords, 1 shield defense weapon and 2 Shumi commandments. The body fell on the white snow, even in the mountains with complex terrain, the bright red trace was too obvious. As for the remains of the 2 dark friars, Tian uses a little wind attribute Taoism to stir up a lot of snow, which is easy to cover up the past. Whether the rest of the dark friars can be found depends on their ability. After processing, Tian drives the fierce sword to rush to Shixiang and Zhuqing. They were 10 miles away, and they could not see what was happening on the battlefield with their present eyesight. Even Tian and the 2 dark friars who came were just black spots in their vision, not to mention who won or lost. The only thing that can really be seen is the explosion of the lotus, which is as shocking as the sun in the sky. Shixiang, He Chan, and even Shaolizi are all waiting on the mountain road with fear. The vast snow is winding the mountains. If Tian loses, they know that they will not escape again, and they will certainly not escape the enemy's pursuit. After all, those 2 men can fly with their swords. When you see a dark shadow flying this way, people feel uneasy. It's like a terrible gamble. When you see the person coming, it's time to uncover the result. And the bet is their own lives. It must be the master coming back, it must be. The cicada looked at the black shadow approaching at full speed and murmured in his mouth. Shixiang and Chen Qing are also looking up, and even Chen Qing's body is shaking slightly. It's the leaves. It's master. Soon, when you see the fierce sword, like the return of the king of Tian, Shixiang and cicada immediately burst out a burst of cheers. Little chestnuts are bouncing on the snow. They look very happy. Only He Qing took a long breath and kept beating his chest, causing 2 full arcs to jump up and down. You're not hurt, are you? As soon as Tian gang lands on the ground, Shixiang comes to inquire. Do you think I'm hurt? Just 2 weak chickens. Tian pretends to shake his head easily. The truth of the matter is only clear to him. If it wasn't for Ling Huishan Lian and Pasu Quan, I'm afraid he would not be able to win, and even the chance of his whole body retreating would be very small. The 2 monks' realm is far beyond their own, but the disadvantage is that the other side belittles the enemy. Although the other side attaches importance to themselves, they do not attach enough importance to them, so that they have the opportunity to attack. On the other hand, the 2 dark friars were not very experienced in fighting. They had a low level, but they had 200 years of experience in Feng and Lingyu. They made up for some shortcomings in the realm of fighting. In addition to his 2 big killers, it's reasonable to be able to kill people at a higher level. No? Shixiang obviously didn't easily believe Tian's words. The 2 immortals who can fly with their swords also said that they are weak chickens. What kind of strong chickens are they? What's more, at the beginning, he said that with his induction, those 2 people were stronger than Tian. Well, they're all dead anyway. Don't spread the news. Let's go to your house as soon as possible. Their people will definitely come, but I don't know how long it will take. Tian heard the content of the conversation between the 2 people through the microphone before, so he didn't want to delay here. After this incident, the cicada was a lot more clever. He completely obeyed Tian's arrangement and sent these people to the valley where Shixiang's home was in 2 groups. At Shixiang's house, Tian and his mother Lu Hua exchanged a few simple greetings. They took out the gifts he had prepared from Sumi Jia and put them in a large pile. Then he flew to the distant mountain peak with his sword. At this time, the sky was already dark. He heard the sound of the tide that Shixiang had described before from a distance. If there are still waves on the shore, waves over the sands. Yes, it's the sound of Baikooshi, and it's in the direction he's going. According to Shixiang, this kind of sound will appear in the mountains on the 1st day and the 15th night of the Lunar New Year. Today is the 1st day of the lunar month, which is also the reason why Tian didn't come early.
It's useless to come early. The Bai Chao stone doesn't make a sound, so there's no way to find it.
When he was in Fangsuan Lingyu, he used Bichao stone to refine the Hai Chaosheng pill, so as to break through the sea-viewing realm. Later, he refined the pill for many times, and knew a lot about this rare mountain treasure. He flew all the way, sometimes stopping for a moment, listening to the more and more clear sound of the tide, sensing the aura changes around him. The formation conditions of Bai Chao stone are very harsh, and the existence of this kind of mountain treasure is due to another rare natural resource and local treasure: 1 yuan of heavy water.
1 yuan heavy water must exist in the underground river or the dark sea.
On the 1st and the 15th day of the Lunar New Year, when the tide rises and falls, it absorbs the aura of heaven and earth, evaporates the water attribute aura in the tide, and turns it into water element. After thousands of years of condensation, the water element solidifies into stone, and becomes the so-called Bai Chao stone. However, the sound like a tide is not the sound of the stone itself, but the sound of 1 yuan heavy water stimulating the tide and generating the aura of water yuan. This kind of sound comes out through the cracks in the mountain, several wood roots and other ways, forming a sound effect.
Under such circumstances, how can the experts who came to investigate find out the truth? Tian looked all the way and came to the dense forest on one side of the mountain.
He felt it carefully and finally found something. If you are right in your judgment, the Bai Chao stone is deep underground here. From this, Tian thought of the underground palace under the Tianqi lake, which he said. It was just opposite to the Baikuoshi, but the depth of the underground sea was not shallow. The earth hiding that Tian can exert is now limited by his realm and can only escape into the real earth, but the rocks are too hard to escape. Only a little bit of digging into the underground sea, such a huge project, we must ensure that the judgment is correct, otherwise it will be a waste of effort. When he reconfirmed the location of the Bai Chao stone and looked for a suitable excavation point, he suddenly noticed that his figure had disappeared from the original place. After a few breaths, 6 figures came from the distant sky and scattered around the place where Tian had disappeared. They surrounded the place and were on guard. On the first day of the 12th lunar month, it is the first quarter of the moon.
A crescent moon is like a hook.
Through the dim moonlight, you can see 2 women and 4 men among the 6.
One of the nuns took out the spherical Tian artifact and stared at the place where Tian disappeared and said, "Xuanji, I'm Taoling. Please report to the Lord. We found the target at the peak near Tianqi of Changbai Mountain." At first, it was a 9-fold cultivation in the cave. It's a man who looks like Tian in the square-inch spirit realm.
Now the opponent has used the technique of Fengdun to hide, but it's still invisible, surrounded by us.
Exactly like Tian of Dandi? There are hundreds of millions of people in the sky, and there are many people who are similar in appearance.
Tian was the king himself, and he saw that all the gods were destroyed in the green hell.
Don't think about it. Your opponent is not only the person in the cave. There are strong people behind him. Be careful.
A man's voice came out of the spherical magic weapon.
It was the man in the black fog. Yes, Lord, when Jiafu, Xinyuan and Funyo arrive, we will try to attack.
If the strong man behind the other side appears, we will kill him at one stroke. If he doesn't appear, we will capture him alive and search for his soul. Taoling's eyes are still fixed on the position where Tian disappeared.
He says to Tian Lingqi, and doesn't pay any attention to Tian, the 9th monk in the cave.
Well, you make your own decisions. Remember, once the situation changes, you must inform me immediately, and I will wait for you here.
After this sound, the Tian Lingqi was silent.
Several of the 6 dark friars spread their thoughts and covered the surrounding area. The others kept a close eye on the location of Tian's disappearance and were ready to take action at any time. All of a sudden, a red light suddenly appeared behind a certain male monk, passing through his body in a flash. The monk was smashed in 2 by Tian's pushu fist before he could make any sound.
What's the matter? How did Fu Yun die?
In a twinkling, 3 friars attacked the place where the shadow of the fist was sent out, while the other 2 dark friars were suspended in the air and manipulated the flying sword to chop at the place where Tian had disappeared before.
The nun Taoling was holding the Tian spirit instrument. Before she could report it, the man's voice rang out in the spirit instrument.
Lord, Fuyan was attacked by the 9 monks in the cave.
He is too cunning.
No, Keaton was also attacked and killed. While Taoling was talking, another man's shield was smashed into by Poxifist. Evacuate temporarily, don't touch it first. The man decisively came over the voice, Taoling, it's not easy for the real body to come.
You can't cause too much loss before you find out the truth. Taoling, do you hear me? The man said aloud.
Almost at the same time, the voice of the woman came out from the Tongyin spirit weapon, Lord, the soul card of Taoling is broken.
Who can tell me what means Taoling died of? The man cried out.
Lord, Taoling is attacked by the red light ball. It's suspected that the shadow is powerful.
A dark nun took out a spherical instrument of communication.
Just as she told her, the shadow of her fist suddenly came in from behind. She exclaimed that she had died under the terrible power of her fist.
Get out, all out.
The voice of the man's extreme anger came from the Tongyin spirit instrument. This action was doomed to failure. If he didn't withdraw decisively, he worried that all the midterm monks who came to the sea-watching scene at great cost would be buried here. The 2 remaining male practitioners are about to escape from the distance in a moment, but one of them has just moved, and Tian has already killed the other with another blow.
What a pity!
Not all at once looking at the last monk who disappeared in the dark in a moment, Tian said to himself with regret and slowly showed his figure. When he came to the place where he had disappeared, he took out Shumi ring from the crack in the stone, put it back on his hand, and began to clean the battlefield. He knew very well that the coming Dark Friar could lock his position because he had captured the Shumi ring. When Feng ran away, he took off the ring and hid it in the crevice of the stone. This leads the other party to think that he is always hiding in the position of Feng Dun, thus losing the opportunity. Feng Dun can make the body invisible, but the essence of Feng Dun can still be found through the mind. However, Insha can make up for this defect. The 2 kinds of techniques complement each other, which is the sum of heaven. However, there is no flaw in the application of these 2 techniques at the same time. The flaw is that when Yi Tian moves his body, he will certainly make some strange noises. Even the sound of breaking the wind and the swaying of his clothes is enough for the monk to grasp his moving track. Today is the first day of the 12th lunar month. The sound of Bai Chao stone just confused the sound, so that Yi Tian repeatedly attacks successfully. And the other side may not have the hidden breath technique like hidden killing technique, even if the wind escapes, there is no obstacle to themselves. Although he escaped one person, Yi Tian had a little regret in his heart, but it was also a major victory. In the First World War, he killed 5 dark monks in the middle of Guanhaging. He had a better understanding of his own strength. As he cleaned the battlefield, he released his mind. He did not meditate until the man who escaped disappeared out of the mind. Judging from the content of the other party's report to the dark side of Fengsuan spirit realm, there are still 3 people who have not come, plus the one who escaped. There should be 4 dark monks coming to the sea-watching realm. If we use such means in other places, it may not work. And after this battle, the other side will certainly be more cautious. The only one not exposed is the spirit of Fire Lotus.
What's more, the dark side may not be willing to give up. It's very likely that more powerful monks will come.
The most urgent task is to take the Blue Tide Stone, refine the Blue Sea Tide Elixir, and break through to the Sea Viewing realm.
By that time, we will have more self-protection.
With this in mind, after cleaning the battlefield and collecting the 5 Shumi commandments, he began to study the method of collecting Chaosheng stones.
Bang 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 in the mysterious space of the square-inch spirit realm, the middle-aged man in a rage, picked up the tea sets on the table and smashed them on the ground.
Waste.
A group of waste, I have reminded you like that, but it still ends up like this? Is it easy for me to send you to the Earth Star? What's more, what's less, what's more, a bunch of trash.
The tea set smashed on the ground, turned into countless pieces, and splashed around with the soup. The beautiful nun in light gauze was standing next to the middle-aged man. As the tea set fell to the ground, her graceful body kept stirring. She did not dare to say a word more. Those tea sets are extremely precious things. Usually, middle-aged men love them very much. They are very careful when using them. Now they are all smashed into pieces. It can be seen how furious he is. As the most favorite concubine of middle-aged men, she has never seen the master lose such a big temper.
It's true.
Although the Lord said last time that it's not enough to worry about consumption, as the executor of the arrangement for monks to come to the Earth Star, Xuanji knows very well how much each monk has to pay. In particular, the higher the accomplishments, the more resources will be consumed, and the more difficult and dangerous it will be. Moreover, excessive use of the channel will cause a certain degree of damage to the channel. In order to stabilize the channel and improve the channel strength, it also needs to pay a great price. What's more, because of some secret clues, the Lord has arranged the Earth Star for a long time, hoping to gain something ahead of other forces in the spirit realm. Now, the Earth and the stars are changing, and the aura is reviving. It's estimated that this situation has attracted the attention of other forces. It's very likely that in the near future, monks from other forces will also come to the Earth and the stars. In this way, the Lord's previous plan will lose all opportunities. Not only can he no longer have enough time to carry out his plan, but also may have friction with other coming forces.
The good time to eat alone is wasted in this way.
In the future, it may turn into a situation of competing in the Earth Star. However, according to the previous comprehensive survey of the Earth Star, the aura there is very scarce, and the cultivation resources are extremely scarce. The ancient inheritance has been cut off for at least 1,000 years.
Why can anyone still cultivate to Jiuzhong Cave?
What's more incredible is that there may be a more powerful backstage behind the monk in the cave.
If they are the aborigines of the Earth Star, it may not be a good thing. At least, it shows that the Earth Star is hiding the immortal machine, which is mostly true. If it wasn't for the Earth planet natives, it would be worse than expected.
With this in mind, Xuanji saw that the middle-aged man no longer continued to fall things, but sat back in his chair with a gloomy face.
He went over carefully and said softly, "Lord, is it possible that people from other forces are coming to the Earth Star?" "No." The middle-aged man flatly denied. The square-inch spirit realm is closest to the Earth Star.
Other monks in the star realm can't reach the Earth Star in a short time. And other big forces in Fong Ling Ling area basically have my eyeliner. According to the feedback message, they have no specific action yet. Xuanji knows that the Lord began to lay out in Fengsu and Lingyu a long time ago, planted hidden stakes in other forces, and successfully provoked fights among some forces by using some important hidden stakes. However, the Lord never revealed the specific situation. Naturally, Xuanji will not explore in depth.
Tialazan, come back.
He has practiced the art of concealing breath.
Let him treat him in his own way.
In addition, inform Funyo 4 people that it is not suitable to have a head-on collision with that person for the time being. Keep a close eye on him and be sure to find out the origin of this person. Pondering for a moment, the middle-aged man deliberated and ordered.
Xuanji listened to the middle-aged man said, "Can't help Alang, Lord, Luozhan before the task does not continue?"
"Yes, now everything is centered on the Earth Star. His previous task has been postponed." The middle-aged man waved his hand and motioned Xuanji not to go on. In addition, let Luozhan choose 2 more officers in the later stage of the sea watching.
After Qi, let them come to Sea Wang.
"Lord, Luozhan is the later cultivation of the sea watching realm. If 3 monks come to this realm at one time, I need at least 1 month to prepare, and I can't guarantee that they will come safely."
Xuanji hesitates to return. The middle-aged man waved his hand. "Go ahead and do it. I have my own consideration."
Yes, Xuanji promised, no longer said, turned away from this mysterious space. Luozhan is one of the confidants of the Lord. Although he is only a late practitioner of the sea, he is only 30 years old now. At this age, it is rare to enter the later stage of the sea-viewing realm and the whole square-inch spiritual realm. Moreover, among all the late monks of Guanhai realm, Luozhan's strength was enough to rank in the top 3. If there were no other accidents, Luozhan would be promoted to Yupu realm and become a great monk of the powerful side. This is also the reason why the Lord attaches great importance to him. Before, the Lord has sent him to perform a very important task. Now the Lord can postpone that task and prepare to take great risks to let him come to the Earth Star. It can be seen that the Lord is determined to do something to the Earth Star. Xuanji is very intelligent. Naturally, he won't say a word more.
However, an idea flashed through her mind that it would be more or less dangerous for her to kill 5-9 monks in the middle of the sea view. And at this time, Changbai Mountain Tianqi near a peak. Yi Tianzhang, who was pitted by Xuanji, uses a fierce sword to dig a rock from a slope and dig a hole into the underground. Before that, he used his sourceye and observed it repeatedly, and finally determined the location of Bai Chao stone, so he chose the best place to excavate. As the fierce soldier's flying sword keeps digging, Yi Tian's cloud catcher sends out continuously, taking out the big stone cut by the flying sword. About an hour later, more and more stones were dug out of the slope, almost half of the hillside. The length of the cave has also been excavated for more than 300 meters. At a certain moment, the flying sword inserted into the hard stone again and drew a circle. The cut stone did not stay in the same place as before, but made a roaring sound and rolled down. Then, Yi Tian's figure flashed, driving the fierce sword into a cave. The light in the cave was dim, and he could hardly see his fingers, but it was nothing to Yi Tian. He used Yuan Tian's eyes to look around. Under the action of Yuan Tianian, the dark cave looks like a bright scene, and the scenery in the cave is clearly visible. Yi Tian just looked a little, then stepped on the flying sword and continued to fall. At this time, the sound of the tide in the cave was many times larger than that outside the cave. After landing about 200 or 300 meters, Yi Tian stopped. At this time, the cave has expanded to 1,000 feet. The clear water below is surging against the rocks on the bank. The other half of the cave, the vast influx of clear water, obviously connected to this vast underground sea. Yi Tian had known all about these things through Yuan Tianian. Instead of staying too long, he came to a stone full of holes on the bank and clapped his hand on it. The stone was hollow. Under the force, it broke into pieces and fell into the sea. A fist-sized turquoise jade was exposed inside. The jade is crystal clear and emits a majestic aura of water property. It has a root connected with the stone under it. It looks like a green bud budding from a big stone. It's gorgeous and ingenious, which makes people love it. Yi Tian didn't hesitate. The fierce sword cut the stone root lightly. When the green stone left the root, Yi Tian held it in his hand and received it from Shumi. Blue tide stone in hand. However, Yi Tian didn't leave. On the contrary, he bent down and cut the big stone that gave birth to Bai Chao stone with his fierce sword. The bottom of this stone is also hollow, immersed in the turbulent tide. A pool of black liquid on the stone is lying quietly in the waves, which is particularly eye-catching. Yi Tian's right hand went into the tide and grabbed the liquid, but it was empty. He didn't pick up the slightest. The water was still clear, and he couldn't see half turbidity. That's right. It's 1 yuan of heavy water. In the square-inch spirit realm, Yi Tian only heard of it, but did not see it with his own eyes. But he knew that this kind of natural material and local treasure was an excellent material for refining magic weapons and immortal utensils. A drop of 1 yuan heavy water can weigh 10,000 jin. Adding 1 drop to magic weapons and immortal utensils can increase many powers. Even the refined magic weapons and immortal utensils can be upgraded by 1 level. How could Yi Tian go back to Bashan empty-handed and let him lie here and make a living? It's just that it's not easy to collect the heavy water. A little ponder, Yi Tian holding a fierce sword, to the beach a heavy water cut. It didn't take much effort for the fierce soldier to cut into the heavy water. But Yi Tian couldn't take up the water line of 1 yuan heavy water. He couldn't do it directly with his mind and hand. He couldn't do it with his cloud camera hand. Even if Yi Tian uses other spirit soldiers to insert from the bottom, it doesn't help. 1 yuan of heavy water is too heavy, as if its bottom is closely connected with the boulder below, connecting the whole coast. Yi Tian estimates that his whole body strength has grown to be able to move more than 3,000 jin of heavy objects, but he can't use his whole body strength at all when he charges 1 yuan of heavy water. That 1 yuan of heavy water is too small, so he can only use mana or finger power, but neither mana nor finger power can work. Yi Tian also tried to cut water lines of different volumes, and was unable to collect them as before. It seems that we can only find a way to collect it later. Finally, Yi Tian, completely out of temper, stood up, full of reluctant to see $1 heavy water. It will be hidden away. Boy, you're lucky, but your head is so hard to use. Why don't you ask me if I can pick up the 1 yuan heavy water? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from Yi Tian's ear. Yi Tian is stunned, and immediately hears that this is the secret hand that has been eliminated for a long time in Shumi commandment. Yi Tian always has a strong defensive psychology towards the secret hand. When he hears the words, he immediately asks, "Secret, aren't you always interested in stealing? Why do you still care about my affairs?" "Haha, boy, what do you think you are doing? You're stealing, aren't you? I just want to help you secretly." Secret hand voice from with contempt and ridicule, let Yi Tian feel very uncomfortable. Steal? This is the treasure of heaven and earth. I'm not so humble as you, Yi Tian retorted. Haha, did you steal it? After a while, you will know if you stole it. Wife is not as good as concubine, concubine is not as good as stealing. The most unforgettable thing is that I'm afraid you can't steal it at that time. It's a pity that these 1 yuan heavy water as always, the secret hand has no shape. Yi Tian doesn't want to fight with Gimi. However, Gimi can recognize 1 yuan of heavy water. Maybe there is no way to collect this kind of thing. Thinking about this, Yi Tian put down his temper and sent a voice to Shumi commandment, "Then tell me, how to collect it. Just put me on your hand. You're used to using any hand you like." Once Yen Liang liked to use his right hand. The secret thief began to laugh. "Damn, secretive, I suspect you're driving." Yi Tian scolded, "This guy smiles so silver dang, I don't have a good mind. When I'm driving, it's okay. Don't think I'm joking. There's only one chance. It's fleeting." Believe it or not, the secret said that this sentence unexpectedly really did not speak. Tai Sui, is that true? Yi Tian hesitates for a moment and sends a message to Tai Sui in Shumi commandment. Don't believe him, every punctuation of his is fake. Tian Sui replied lazily. Yes, brother. Is there a punctuation mark in what I just said? He quarreled with Tai Sui like a secret needle. These two ramming goods, Yi Tian is very annoyed with their nonsense, simply took out the secret hand, put on the right hand, toward a yuan heavy water to catch. Anyway, it's true or false? You can tell by a try. The mystery of the right hand touched the 1 yuan heavy water, as if it had become a sponge. In a moment, it absorbed nearly half of the water. A pool of 1 yuan heavy water left most of the beach. At this time, mysteries also changed strangely. Its shape became transparent quickly, and then it melted into Yi Tian's right hand and disappeared. Secret, what are you up to? Although Yi Tian didn't feel any discomfort, there was a panic in his heart. This situation was really weird, especially the kind of thing that he couldn't see through and existed for countless years. Well, don't talk nonsense. I'm fine. You can charge 1 yuan of heavy water. It's too late. I'll explain to you later. The voice comes from Yi Tian's right hand. Yi Tian shows his eye and looks at his right hand, but he doesn't find any mysterious shadow. Conveniently to a heavy water to grasp, that a heavy water is a solid like he was caught in the hands, and I feel is just to grasp the same volume of iron in general. When he was stunned, his right hand made a sound again. Boy, I stole other people's things, but I don't want to run fast, that little loach has come after me. This is what you call a little loach. As soon as the words fall, Yi Tian's face suddenly changes. He brings 1 yuan of heavy water into Zumaji, and his body disappears from the original place. He runs away along the excavated cave. 5 or 6 times after his body disappeared, the cave, which had been restored to calm, suddenly surged with a huge wave, and then a huge tap came out of the water. The 2 longans, which are bigger than the mouth of the bowl, look at the location where the heavy water of 1 yuan and the Bai Chao stone existed before. With 1 lonko, a dragon chant is sent out, and then the tap gradually shrinks, turning into the size of the mouth of the bowl and drilling upward. A nearly 1 meter mini dragon flies out of the cave and goes straight after Yi Tian. See if I'm right. Aren't you stealing? The owner of another family has come after you. Yi Tian comes out of the cave and wants to use the hidden killing technique to hide his breath. However, the secret disappearing in his right hand suddenly makes a sound, and he almost wants to cut off his right hand.
But it was impossible. He had no choice but to fly to the depths of Changbai Mountain like lightning. When he was in the cave, because of a mysterious reminder, he found a terrible dragon coming towards him. He already guessed that the dragon should be the one that occupied the underground palace under the sea. This also confirms my previous judgment that the sea here is interlinked with the sea under Tianxi. From the breath point of view, the dragon realm is far higher than itself, at least has the late cultivation of Seedu realm. Tian doesn't want to have a direct conflict with the dragon demon, because it's meaningless. He was preoccupied with getting out of here. But with the speed of his own sword, he was a little slower than the dragon demon. At this time, the dragon demon was flying in the sky and turned back to its original shape. The dragon's body was more than 1 meter thick and its length was nearly 20 feet. It looks like it's roaring, flying in the clouds and driving in the fog. It's terrible. Tian fled all the way. Suddenly, he made a sharp turn with his fierce sword and continued to escape in a different direction. Because, just in front of his flight direction, there are 4 monks coming from the distance. Tian knows one of them, the monk who escaped from the mountain before. Xuanji, please tell the Lord that the 4 of us have seen that the 9 monks in the cave are being chased by a dragon demon. Dragon demon is in the late or peak state of sea view. The monk looks as like as 2 peas in the square, but the breath is slightly different. But I feel the same breath from the Yao fairy. This is the case. Please make a ruling. A fallen dark friar reports to the circular telephonic collection. Well, I'll ask for proof of Dante's affairs by myself. You can continue to follow up and report the situation at any time. You can't do it easily. The man's voice came from the telephone. The 4 dark friars looked at each other and chased the dragon demon in the direction of flying sword. Secret, if you make trouble again, believe it or not, I'll cut my hand off? Tian looks at the dragon demon chasing closer and closer, and his tone is not good enough to sound to his right hand. If you don't believe it, Yan Liang also told his sister that if you buy online, you will chop your hands. As a result, you can see that the 2 claws are still alive. There was a disdainful sound on the right hand. If you don't talk about anything else, will you shut up? Ye weather bad, the voice with a bit impatient. Well, just shut up, but it's useless to shut up. Well, the last sentence, you run faster, you're going to be caught up. After the right hand made this sound, it really stopped. Tian's mind was a little calm. He quickly steered the flying sword to reduce the flying height. After bypassing a high mountain, he shifted to the side for tens of meters and performed the wind escape and hidden killing skills. His body shape and breath completely disappeared in the low air. Ouch! A dragon's voice sounded, and the dragon demon's huge body flew to the mountain. Looking around, it was empty, and there was no human shadow. The dragon demon put its huge dragon head, but spewed out the words, "Damn human, do you think I can't find you in this way? I can smell you." With words, a dragon mouth, a clear dragon breath, with the power of terror, shoots at Tian's hidden position. Then, the dragon's tail swayed to the same direction. Tian's figure flashed, and he dodged 2 attacks. Almost at the same time, he hit the dragon head with his right hand. The dragon demon chanted again, and the strong dragon tail swayed in a flash, and swept away with the sound of the terrible wind. The powerful Pushu fist collided with the dragon's tail. The terrible power made the dragon's tail suddenly swing 2 or 3 meters away, and even the whole dragon body slightly moved. Ouch, human beings, I can't see that you still have a way. After the dragon demon's angry chant, he pours at Tian again. In the battle just now, although the dragon demon soldier was not injured by his strong body and heavy and hard dragon scales, he broke Tian's red fist shadow to pieces, but his body felt a pain. It's a great shame for it to be beaten to such a low level by the Terran. Relatively speaking, Tian's heart is surging up a storm. After the practice of breaking empty fist, he has been invincible. Unexpectedly, he has no contribution to the dragon demon. It seems that Paksu boxing can't be used easily. Tian sends a piece of nature liquid wrapped in medicine film to his mouth, restores his mana, and continues to run away with the flying sword. Who? The dragon demon followed closely.
At a certain moment, the dragon mouth opened and spewed out a flame.
The flame rose in the wind and turned into a fan-shaped flame burning to Tian.
There are many moves of this animal. Tian always releases his mind.
Seeing this situation, he flies to the high altitude to escape. But at this time, he feels that the original spirit fire in the elixir field suddenly flashes, and his heart also feels its cheering mood. In the heart move, Leaf Day released the original spirit fire in the Dan Tian. The original spirit fire with hot temperature, the flame whirring and jumping to meet the flying flame, the two soon met. Although Tian's original spirit fire is not big, it is like a hungry ghost, swallowing the flame of dragon demon.
In an instant, a big flame was engulfed by Tian's original spirit fire.
However, the original spirit fire was a circle larger in volume, with more distinct red and black colors, and the temperature became hotter than before. Tian's heart a joy, hand a move, the original spirit fire back into the Dantian, continue to run.
Ouch! Ouch! Tian, I will eat you up.
The dragon demon saw that his flame was engulfed by the flame of the Terran friars, and sent out several angry dragon chants in succession.
He was drinking angrily and chased Tian again.
But it does not dare to continue to attack with fire. Dragon fire is its talent, and it has grown gradually after countless years. Originally, when it attacked with fire, no matter whether the attack was successful or not, it would take back the fire. But if it is swallowed, it is no longer its own.
Tian didn't use the original spirit fire to attack the dragon demon again.
It can be said that he didn't know anything about the beast, and he was worried that his original spirit fire would be swallowed by the dragon demon. In that case, he would not find a tune to cry. Tian's speed is a little slower, and the dragon demon's speed is a little faster.
But Tiancheng is small in body and flexible in changing direction.
He was almost overtaken by dragon demon several times, but he escaped with his agility and alertness. As Tian fled, he thought that the dragon demon must have been unable to give up because of 1 yuan heavy water and Bai Chao stone.
Bai Chao stone must not be returned. He also wanted to use it to refine Bai Hai Chao Sheng Dan and break through the sea view.
As for 1 yuan of heavy water, it's also of great use to you.
Even if you can't pay it back, you can't. Secret that calf ate almost half of it, and the dragon demon may not recognize it? What's more, it's just the same. If it's not the same, can the dragon demon give up?
This road is completely impassable.
Try Lingua Shenlian again.
Although Lingua Shenlian is extremely powerful and is Tian's biggest trump card, he also guessed the defense strength of the dragon demon.
But if he didn't try once, he would never give up.
More than 10 minutes later, when the dragon demon was within 2 feet of himself again, Tian suddenly turned his hand, and the already condensed spirit fire lotus flew out and shot at the old dragon. This lotus is bigger than before, and its breath is more terrible. See God Lotus blink, but the dragon demon is again issued a clear chant, a giant clawgrasp to spirit fire God Lotus.
A explosion word exit, Tian's figure has been shot dozens of feet away.
Boom, the lotus of spirit fire explodes and sends out a terrifying and dazzling light ball. Like a sun suddenly appearing in the dark night, it lights up the space more than 10 miles around. In the impact of the explosion, the dragon demon's body was impacted more than 10 meters from the air, and then turned over and roared to kill Tian again. As a dragon, if you have to avoid the attack of the little Terran friars, you will lose the pride of the noble dragon. It was this pride from his heart that made him suffer a great loss. Although the dragon's body was slightly damaged, his internal organs were writhing and unspeakable.
I'll eat you up.
The dragon demon roars and pours at Tian. The Leaf Day heart, a burst of chagrin, finally saw the result. The spirit fire god lotus also to the dragon demon effect is not big.
There's only one way left. Keep running. An hour later, Tian swallows a drop of nature liquid and recovers his exhausted mana. Thanks to this kind of thing, otherwise today's result is really hard to say. What's the matter, boy? Are you at a loss? Why don't you ask me if I can do it?
The long silent secret suddenly sounds from Tian's right hand.
What else can you do?
Tian heart move, open mouth to ask, he has no time to the secret wording. Well, you can turn around, put your hands on your waist, and give off a mountain-like momentum. In the face of the dragon demon's attack, don't frown.
Secretly Gu said. Tian, while controlling the fierce soldier's flying sword and paying attention to the dragon demon behind him, frowned and asked, and then? Then, will you die with dignity? He laughed mysteriously. Roll the calf, son, sly, I swear, you provoke me again, hereafter I don't need right hand to touch a woman. Tian scolds, turns a corner, and dodges the dragon breath from the dragon demon. He can't help but sigh in his heart that it's the monster in the sea view. Its magic power is so long. Boy, do we have so much hatred? Do you want to take such a poisonous oath? Secret seems to have no sense of Tian's crisis, and he said, well, I'll tell you a secret. Just now I absorbed more than 10 drops of 1 yuan heavy water. Each drop of 1 yuan heavy water has 10,000 jin. Now your right hand has more than 10,000 jin. Really, is that true? In the flight, Tian was startled. He didn't feel any change in his right hand. If the secret is true, does it mean that he has made a lot of money? Is it good for me to lie? To tell you the truth, the 1 yuan heavy water just now has repaired my injured heart. I think you are lucky and maybe the son of heaven. You will have a bright future. If my judgment is wrong, it's a big deal to change the host. Secret words. Tian has been listening to half throw half, these words are the same, but he thought, the change of the right hand should be true. Although the secret has been encouraging themselves to steal, and may have some bad intentions to themselves, but not once they want their own lives. If you lie on this, the consequences are undoubtedly very serious. In order to verify the truth, Tian quickly took out a heavy sword from Zumaji. He pinched his right finger on the back of the knife. 2 clear fingerprints appeared on the hard back of the knife. A burst of ecstasy in Tian's heart. Such an effect is enough to prove that what the secret said is true. Ouch! When the dragon demon catches up with Tian again, a dragon breath sprays to Tian. Tian quickly avoids the terrible dragon breath. Almost at the same time, he drank an emperor's fist, then the fierce sword flashed, flew to the side of the dragon demon, and hit the dragon demon with his right hand. The power of this fist was so powerful that the huge dragon demon flew over a distance of more than 10 meters with the power of one fist, and could not help howling. And Tian is also under the force of this terrible anti-earthquake, flying backward for more than 100 meters, and falling straight in the air. If he didn't call on the fierce soldier, the flying sword would catch up with him and catch him. I'm afraid I have to fall to the ground and die. The role of force is really mutual. This dragon demon is so terrible. Its skin is thick and its flesh is thick and its armor is hard. It has almost no weakness. In Tian's belly Fei, the dragon demon also stabilizes himself in the air, roars again, and turns into a square-looking middle-aged man, covering his ribs with his hand, and chases Tian. Terran boy, I will never die with you. Boy, what are you doing with your fists? Won't you stab him with a knife? The secret hissed a sound. Berries leaves the sky. Tian ba, do you think he is stupid, he can't hide with a knife? In fact, I'm joking. Now there's a secret about your right hand. In addition to its infinite power, your hand is as hard as a magic weapon, and it's even harder than ordinary spirit soldiers. It's a secret voice. I'm not as good as you, just because you talk so much? Tian sneered scornfully, and then his eyes fell on his right fist. Just now he hit the dragon demon with all his strength, because he was afraid that his fist would be hurt by the dragon scale, so he protected his right hand with mana. Now it seems that the right hand is not damaged at all, not only because of the protection of mana, but also because the right hand is strengthened after the secret integration. Hateful human, I will eat you up. At this time, the roar of dragon demon came from behind. Tian turns to observe the enemy's situation. When he sees that the huge dragon demon has disappeared in the night sky and is replaced by a middle-aged man, he is shocked. Yes, from the breath, it's the dragon demon. And the sound, there is no change. The dragon demon can turn into a human, which makes Tian's heart surging up a storm, shocked beyond description. You know, monsters and goblins are different. Has gone through a long period of time, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, relying on its unique opportunity to cultivate human form,
relying on many extremely precious conditions and luck, rather than repair the realm.
But the monster is different. If the monster wants to change the human form, it completely depends on its own realm.
For example, it is not uncommon for the dragon demon to be able to understand human language and speak human words as long as he opens up his mind and wisdom and contacts with people.
That's what chestnuts are. But if you want to change the human form, you can do it only after you reach a certain level of cultivation.
At least the 6th level monster can have this kind of magic power. In the square-inch spirit realm, there are 2 standards for dividing the realm of demons and beasts. One is according to the order, the other is more than the cultivation realm of monks. The cultivation realm of monks is naturally the realm of Cave, Seaview, Longmen, Jindan, Yuanying, Huashan and Yupu. The corresponding realm of monsters is first-order monsters, second-order monsters, third-order monsters, fourth-order monsters, fifth-order monsters, sixth-order monsters, seventh-order monsters. The strength of the monks corresponding to the realm of cultivation is roughly the same as that of the demons, but generally speaking, the fighting capacity of the demons is stronger than that of the monks of the same level. After all, because of their own physical quality, the demons are beyond the reach of the friars in heaven. For example, speed, endurance, strength, hearing, vision, and so on, all kinds of beasts are better than human beings.
What's more, the beasts who cultivate demon elixir.
In other words, the dragon demon has reached the spiritual realm of the human friars, which is a terrible existence in the square-inch spiritual realm. But it's strange that Tian, from his own induction, or dragon demon's combat effectiveness, he is sure that the other side only has the late level of Seaview, that is, the 2nd level monster level. After all, Tian is a great monk of Yupu realm who has been practicing in Fengsu and Lingyu for 200 years.
In a flash, he thought of the reason.
On the one hand, he steers the fierce sword to get rid of the dragon demon, and on the other hand, he uses Yuantianian to explore the middle-aged man's elixir. A moment later, he took a long breath, and his eyes were full of enlightenment. The dragon demon was so seriously injured that there were dozens of deep cracks in the tennis ball-sized dragon Dan in the Dan field, which was as dense as a spider web. If it wasn't for the dragon demon to collect its own mana, I'm afraid that the dragon ball, which is as important as life, would have turned into countless pieces compared with the monster, and it would be good if the dragon demon's cultivation could be kept in the cave. It turned out that the dragon demon was so concerned about the Bai Chao stone that he wanted to use the mountain treasure of Shui Yuan to repair the demon pill for himself.
No wonder it has been hard to chase it?
As for 1 yuan heavy water, it should not be what the dragon demon needs. Thinking about this, Tian frowned slightly, and then relaxed again, with a more determined look in his eyes. Although the dragon demon is transformed into human form, its speed doesn't decrease much.
The dragon body is originally strong.
After Tian's fist, it doesn't take long for the pain to be relieved.
Instead, it keeps biting Tian's figure.
Dao Long, you should know that you can't catch up with me.
Why don't we have a talk? Don't you just want to repair Long Dan? It may not be necessary to use Baikooshi.
Moreover, Baikooshi can only repair your dragon elixir to a certain extent, but can't completely repair it. While Tian flies away quickly, he sends a message to the dragon demon. Since the Bai Chao stone has never been used by the dragon demon in the grottos, it can only be said that the current Bai Chao stone is not enough to repair the dragon Dan. And the dragon demon is waiting until one day the Bai Chao stone is enough to repair the dragon Dan.
Tian soon understood this. Despicable human beings, do some stealing business, I only want Baikooshi. If you give it back to me, I can forgive you for offending me.
But the dragon demon couldn't listen to Tian's words, and his face became more and more gloomy. He chased Tian like flying clouds in driving fog, and yelled to Tian at the same time, "How can Tian hand over the Bai Chao stone?
This is the only thing that makes him enter the sea view."
Although the dragon demon's speed is 1 point faster than himself, he also has many means, and his life is not in danger in a short time.
I just didn't expect that this dragon's magic power was so long.
After a long time of chasing it, the liquid of nature consumed by him was very painful. After all, although there is a lot of chemical liquid in the jade jar, this treasure is not renewable.
1 drop is less than 1 drop. There are dark monks coming to the square-inch spiritual realm one after another.
It is not known how many strong enemies they will face in the future.
If you can save a drop, you may have one more life in the future. Big Dragon, I have a kind of elixir. Why don't I make an exchange? I can make your dragon elixir as good as ever. From now on, we'll go your way. I'll cross my single wooden bridge. How about the end of our grudge? Tian thinks so in his heart and opens his mouth again. Cunning human beings, insidious human beings, my dragon Dan is destroyed by you human beings. I don't believe you anymore. Get me back by Kooshi, or I will chase you for 10,000 years. Even if you keep running away, you can't stop for 10,000 years.
Dragon Demon Mouth said, but the body is fast, in the air and flash, catch Tian and go.
Fortunately, it's at night, otherwise it would be shocking in the daytime. 10,000 years? Big Dragon, dream.
You should know that I'm not an ordinary monk in the cave, otherwise my mana would have been exhausted for such a long time.
It won't be long before your mana is exhausted. Don't you worry that I'll take your dragon pill, eat your dragon meat and cut your dragon horn? Tian sneered and began to attack the heart. You look down on us, the dragon people. Do you think the cultivation of the dragon people is the same as that of your people? Inexhaustible life and growth in nature are the dragon's discipline.
Now that the aura is so strong and the yuehua is so pure, it's better to compare it, as long as you can live for 10,000 years.
The dragon demon burst out laughing.
When Tian heard the words, he immediately remembered the records of a book he had read before. Some gifted life and growth in nature are indeed the inspiration of the spirit of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon. Although he has never had contact with the dragon in Fengsuan spirit realm, or even face-to-face with the dragon on earth, the dragon is also a legendary deity, and it is not impossible for him to have this kind of supernatural power. If so, I'm afraid it's not so easy for me to get rid of this old dragon. After all, no matter from the speed or cultivation realm, he is lower than the dragon demon. The reason why we can still maintain a general stalemate is that the dragon demon was too big before and suffered some injuries under his own attack. But those physical injuries will not affect the dragon demon for long. After all, I'm just cultivating in the cave. It's okay not to sleep for 3 or 5 days. If I don't sleep for a month, I'm sleepy. However, Tian did not give up persuading the dragon demon. He continued to say, Big Dragon, are you stupid? Don't you know what's more and what's less? I can see that you have long Dan broken. Doesn't that mean something? I have a way to repair your dragon elixir. If you have a complete dragon elixir, are you afraid that you will not be able to return to the original peak state in time? Humble human, you are so low, dare to say that you can repair my dragon pill, I don't believe it. This dragon demon is stubborn, and he is going to die. Well, this thing can repair your dragon pill. Tian shakes the dragon demon with the nature Dan wrapped in the medicine film. Ouch, since you have this kind of thing in your hand, I'll take it from you, and the Baichao stone is still mine. The dragon demon says in the mouth, the speed does not reduce at all, always follow Tian to chase. The night is fading, the dawn is rising, and the sky is dim and bright. High above the sky, 2 figures one before and one after the meteor general across, most of the night, the dragon demon has always been chasing Tian, not relaxed. At this time, Tian no longer talks with the dragon demon. Instead, he calms his mind and urges the flying sword. At the same time, his mind surrounds the original spirit fire in the elixir field and operates the alchemy. Suddenly, the secret hidden in his right hand hummed without warning, as if he was not affected by Tian's dangerous situation. Tian didn't care at first, but after hearing the lyrics, he almost blew his lungs. I fly to you, the rain falls gently. Like your embrace, surround me. I fly to you, how far are not tired, although the journey has been painful in tears. I fly to you. The wind blows gently. As long as you don't complain, I don't regret. Go away, it's secretive. Can you shut up? If you don't adjust like this, it will affect my plan. Tian scolds angrily. Love to heartbroken, also don't blame who, just because me too beautiful. As if he didn't hear Tian's words, he still sang a few words and then stopped. Boy, I think you can't escape this disaster. Why don't you feel the beauty of life in my wonderful song? Well, not necessarily.
Yi Tian is completely speechless and no longer cares about the mystery. At this time, the original spirit fire in the elixir field was much more restored than before, and the flame was no longer depressed, but was bouncing and emitting a burning high temperature. And Yi Tian about 2 hands, each holding a fire attribute Lingyu, crazy to absorb the inside of the majestic aura. 3 hours later, Yi Tian takes a long breath, throws the exhausted waste jade aside, and looks at the persistent dragon demon behind him. With a gesture, a red stove with flame appears in his palm. The red stove is only the size of a fist. It rises with the wind in Yi Tian's palm. It doesn't stop until it turns into a flower pot. Yi Tian divided part of his mind, and used it in 2 ways. On the one hand, he controlled the fierce sword to escape, and on the other hand, he began to refine Bihai Chaoxing pill. One mind can be divided into 2 uses. Thanks to the alchemy left by Ling Ning Stone Monkey, he can only use the distraction technique after he has strong divine consciousness. The distraction technique is a magic power that Yi Tian often uses in the square-inch spiritual realm. There is no ground fire here, but Yi Tian's original spirit fire is stronger after the dragon fire that devours the dragon demon. In addition, the fire attribute spirit jade has just been used to strengthen the flame, which should be enough to refine the blue sea Chaoxing pill. However, under the pursuit of the dragon demon, alchemy, after all, is Ash's level difficulty, even once as the Emperor Yi Tian did not have enough grasp. But at this point, he had no choice. He can't get rid of this damned dragon now, and the best result is to consume it all the time. The original spirit fire flew to the bottom of the Dan stove and burned. Then Yi Tian took out Bai Chao Stone, Jin Shigua, Shui Yuangua, Si Pin Shueshan, and several other herbs for refining by Hai Chao Sheng Dan, and put them into the Dan stove step by step. Bichao Stone only uses 1/10 of the size. This Bichao Stone is not small, it cannot use so much. Moreover, Yi Tian didn't use the 6th-grade snow ginseng which he had planted in the 5-color spirit soil. When he got this snow ginseng, he had the idea of refining Bihai Chaoxing pill with it. But in fact, 4 grades of snow ginseng was enough. At that time, he was going to refine the remaining snow ginseng into ginseng royal jelly. But after getting the liquid, he changed his mind. The effect of Zhaohua liquid is better than that of royal jelly. Now that Yi Tian has 5 colors of soil, he has enough assurance to cultivate this 6th-grade snow ginseng into 9th-grade snow ginseng. In the future, it will be far more useful than Bihai Chaoxing pill. Terran boy, can you alchemy? Easygoing Yi Tian gesture movement, all kinds of materials into the furnace, chasing after the dragon demon suddenly light a sound, past the sound. Of course, alchemy naturally means nothing. As I said, I'm sure I can recover your dragon pill. Yi Tian hears a trace of relaxation from the words of dragon demon, and his mind becomes active again. Don't move, just show me there. The dragon demon stopped and yelled. Yi Tian then stops flying sword, pays attention to the dragon demon, and continues to refine pills. The dragon demon is just what he wants. Bang! 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 An hour later, the flame around the furnace made a violent sound, and the lid of the furnace flew up. A crystal-clear green pill flew from the furnace, straight into Yi Tianko. Bihai Chaoxing pill was finally refined successfully. Yi Tian took it for the first time. When refining pills, the dragon demon has been staring at it from a distance, and his face looks even more nervous than Yi Tian. It was not until Yi Tian swallowed the pills that the dragon demon began to laugh. Ha, Terran boy, it seems that you really have a knack for breaking through one pill. Hurry up and make pills for me. I promise to save your life. Yi Tian gently waved his hand to the dragon demon, indicating that he would not disturb himself. At this time, under the effect of Bihai Chaoxing pill, Yi Tian only felt that his whole body was in the extremely majestic waves. Bihai Chaoxing pill turned into extremely terrifying energy and poured into the Dantian from all 4 limbs. His body is undergoing earth-shaking changes. Click. 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 Under the action of the terror energy, his Dantian makes a continuous click sound, and the Dantian expands layer by layer, as if many existing space barriers are opened in an instant. Finally, all the spaces merge together, which is more than 10 times larger than the original Dantian space. Even the original gaseous mana is changing qualitatively. It liquefies at an amazing speed and is stored in the elixir field. It's not the first time that Yi Tian has made an impact on the sea view. He is familiar with everything.
When the breakthrough is completed at the last moment, Yi Tian mobilizes his mind to look inside. The liquid mana in the elixir field produces the illusion of rapid expansion in the elixir field of Ruosumi space.
Finally, the scene in Yi Tian's brain is a vast ocean. Yi Tian was ecstatic.
At that time, when he broke through the sea-viewing realm and Fengsuan spirit realm, the Dantian sea area he saw in his mind was no more than one-third of what it is now, but it was also a very rare phenomenon in Fengsuan spirit realm. The larger the inland vision Dantian sea area is, the stronger the strength is, and the more limitless the future achievements are. Feeling the seemingly endless mana on his body, Yi Tianda has a strong feeling that the stars of heaven and earth are under control. This breakthrough is more powerful than in Fengsuan spirit realm, and the realm that can be achieved in the future will certainly be far beyond the era of Fengsuan realm. Compared with the cave is not a fart.
Cave environment, the Shumi space in Dantian is just like a small cave.
And the view of the sea is the vast ocean. Jumping out of the cave is just like the original cave is just a small well, and the previous vision is just like a frog at the bottom of the well.
This is the huge difference between the sea view and the cave.
Once you break through the sea view realm and enter the Longmen realm, the realm is naturally different. The breakthrough of that layer is just like the fish leaping over the Dragon's Gate and the emergence of Jackie Chan. The Shumi space in Dantian does not look like a sea, but a sea and sky, in which heaven and earth are all.
That realm is too far away from today's Yi Tian.
Yi Tian just looks forward to it for a while, and then puts away the red stove and the original spirit fire. At this time, the dragon demon has stepped on the wind and cloud to fly.
Do you want me to be a tool man to alchemy for you? No way. When he first enters the sea view, Yi Tian suddenly rises and roars to meet the dragon demon. Emperor boxing.
The right hand smashes at the dragon demon.
The dragon demon also punches into Yi Tian's fist with a loud bang.
Yi Tian's body shakes and slides more than 10 meters away. Looking at the dragon demon, he is hit by Yi Tian for more than 100 meters. He barely stops in the air and staggers back a few steps.
Big dragon, do you know how powerful it is?
Yi Tian steps on the flying sword and shoots at the dragon demon.
His speed is several times faster than that of Zhozhong in the cave.
When Jin entered the sea view realm, because of the great increase of mana, the friars could fly without relying on the flying sword, but the speed was certainly much slower than the flying sword. Whether it can fly in the air becomes a sign of whether it can reach the sea view. At this time, Yi Tian still chose the imperial sword.
Despicable human, didn't you say you wanted to repair Longdan for me? Why do you still do it to me?
By Yi Tian a punch fly, dragon demon face is full of color. See Yi Tian to kill himself, dragon demon sighed loudly. I mean to repair Longdan for you, but you don't agree.
I've been chasing me all night. Now I'm sorry.
Yi Tian said, using his magic power, he urged the flying sword to catch up with the dragon demon quickly, and then smashed him away with another blow. Yi Tian is very clear that his strength of entering the sea-watching realm may not be equal to that of the dragon demon in the later stage of the sea-watching realm. But his right hand has changed, has more than 100,000 gene of strength, and the hardness is comparable to magic weapon. This is his absolute advantage. Another fight against the flying dragon demon. The dragon demon sends out a furious dragon chant and changes back to the body. The huge dragon body is suspended in the sky. Looking at Yi Tian, who is like a mole ant under the stalemate, there is a trace of fear in his fierce eyes.
Yi Tian was chased by the dragon demon.
Facing the huge dragon demon, he still rushed past without hesitation.
Boom! A terrible dragon breath shoots at Yi Tian.
At the same time, the dragon tail swings and sweeps. Yi Tian's flying sword suddenly flashed, avoided the dragon's breath, and hit the dragon's tail with his right hand. Boom! With a loud noise, the dragon demon, without exception, was once again smashed by Yi Tian. With the power of Yi Tian's smash, the dragon demon dances his wounded body and flies away to the distance. Yi Tian drove the flying sword away like lightning. Almost 3 or 4 breath time, Yi Tian has caught up with the dragon demon, is still the right fist, the fury of the power of the dragon demon again hit fly. Human beings, the theft of Bai Chao stone will be cancelled. The dragon demon's body is more and more serious under this blow, and begins to soften to Yi Tian.
But Yi Tian didn't speak. He caught up with the dragon demon again and smashed him back to the position just now. Big dragon, you chased me all night, a word to clear the past?
Slowly close to the dragon demon, Yi Tian said word by word, his momentum burst out, murderous. Despicable human beings, the dragon clan can be killed but not humiliated.
Come on, have a big fight.
The dragon demon feels the murderous gas sent out by Yi Tian, and a pair of hard and incomparable dragon claws grabbed Yi Tian.
Yi Tian put up a fist and smashed it on the dragon claw. The huge body of the dragon demon was once again smashed by Yi Tian uncontrollably.
Big dragon, Bai Chao stone is the product of heaven and earth.
How can it be yours? Were you born? Is it the meat that fell from you? Is it anything in you? Your relationship is just a neighbor.
Yi Tian slowly flew to the dragon and said with indignation, originally, you used Baiko Oshi to repair the broken dragon pill. I have a way to repair the dragon pill, but you didn't give up and said I was mean. Look, I can make pills and catch me to make pills for you.
Aren't you mean?
Today, either surrender to me or die, choose one.
Ha ha ha, surrender? It's impossible to surrender. It's never possible. How can the noble dragon submit to human beings?
If I could surrender, I would not have broken the dragon dan, destroyed my accomplishments, or let the dragon fall on the beach to play fish and shrimp.
Come on, the head of the dragon is always high. Fight hard. The dead dragon is still the most noble one.
The dragon demon turned into a middle-aged friar again and looked up and said impassioned.
In Yi Tian's opinion, his appearance is awe-inspiring. This is what Yi Tian didn't expect. Big dragon, if you really want to die, why should you stay under the Tianqi lake and wait for the Baiko Oshi? Don't you know how many unfulfilled wishes you have? Don't you know how much hatred there is without snow? Or we can still make a deal, you can think it over and give me an answer.
After staring at the dragon demon for a few seconds, Yi Tian's tone eased and began to guide the rhythm of the conversation.
What deal? The dragon demon asked suspiciously. If the old quarrel is completely eliminated, and I repair your dragon dan, what can you give me?
Yi Tian takes up his momentum and conveys the sincerity of negotiation to the dragon demon. If so, I can give you all the treasures in Tianqi Underground Palace.
Dragon demon some accident leaf days condition, on the face a ray of surprise flash, immediately ponder away. Yi Tian laughs and shakes his head, the treasure in the underground palace is nothing. I can get it if I kill you. Haha, not necessarily.
The dragon demon sneered twice, you may not be able to enter the underground palace, and you may not be able to find the treasure inside.
Yi Tian waved his hand, then you don't have to worry about it. This condition doesn't work.
After listening to Yi Tian's words, the dragon demon kept silent for a long time and then said, I have nothing else.
Yi Tian shook his head with a smile, not necessarily. Don't you know the destruction of the last world? You can tell me what happened at that time. Yi Tian said that the cloud is light and the wind is light. After hearing this, the dragon demon's face changed dramatically.
Finally, he shook his head decisively, I know, but I have been cursed.
I can't say a word. Otherwise, the disaster brought by the curse to the dragon clan is more terrible than my death. The power of curse?
Hearing this, Yi Tian mumbles to himself. He suddenly thinks of some rumors he heard in Fengsu and Lingyu. He can't help but feel tight in his heart. It seems that he has found some clues of the destruction of the great world.
Do you know the power of curse?
The dragon demon looks at his words and looks and asks in surprise.
Yi Tian said with a non-committal smile, since the dragon is in a dilemma, this matter is ignored.
You know, the medicine that can repair your dragon pill is absolutely the treasure of the world.
I'm not willing to take out the general conditions. Since you don't give me anything, the only thing left is your strength. Human, I said, I will not surrender, don't want me to be your monster.
The dragon demon's face showed a decisive color and once again showed his position without hesitation.
Since the dragon says so, I will not be hard for you. I have a condition. If you agree, I will repair the dragon pill for you immediately. If you don't agree, I won't be hard for you anymore. I'll give you another 2 lenience.
Tian stares at the expression change of Dragon Demon and says slowly. You say it. The Dragon Demon is very surprised that Tian says such a word, and nods after considering several interest. Tian continued, in addition to repairing the dragon elixir, I can also help you collect the elixir and refine the elixir to help you improve your realm. The condition is that no matter how far your cultivation level is restored, you can't be against me and the human race, and when I need your help, you should obey unconditionally.
In addition, everything you have is free. You and I can swear blood to restrain all this, okay?
The dragon demon thought for a moment and said, there is an aura eye under the Tianqi lake. I need to meditate here to recover my state.
I can't always follow you.
The reason why I'm staying here is that I haven't got revenge.
If I can't recover my cultivation, I'd rather die.
There's no need to worry about it. Whatever I can solve will be solved by myself.
If I can't solve it, I'll ask you for help. It won't take long. Moreover, don't underestimate my elixir.
It will be better than your practice in Aura Eye. See Dragon Demon Mouth win lose. Tian also don't for himself, is also a step back.
Well, then, as you say. The Dragon Demon thinks for a moment, and finally nods and agrees.
Tian's face was overjoyed and he stretched out his hand to invite each other. Let's make a blood oath first.
Well, since you know the blood oath, please tell me your name first. Without your name, you can't fulfill the blood oath.
This time, the Dragon Demon didn't hesitate and spoke directly.
Tian simply gave his name. Tian?
Hearing Tian's name, the Dragon Demon mumbles and repeats it, as if he is remembering something.
Then he looks up at Tian, with a flash in his eyes, but is the Dandi Tian in the square-inch spiritual realm?
It should be true, otherwise, only with the cultivation of the cave, I can't escape the pursuit?
Tian was shocked in his heart and asked, Big Dragon, do you know Dante and Fangsuan Lingyu?
Of course I know.
Although I haven't met Dante, I know his 72nd disciple, Imofayu. It seems that you are right. You are the Emperor of Dan who dominates the square-inch spiritual realm.
The Dragon Demon still wants to continue to say, but Tian suddenly waves his hand and asks urgently, is it not a fish?
Do you know non-fish? Where is he now?
No fish. He was captured by the people in Fangsuan Lingyu, and my eldest daughter, Qingyi, was also captured. It was not fish, it was no one else, it was Qingyi's husband. At this point, the Dragon Demon looks sad.
Have you been taken away by the people in Fangsuan Lingyu? When did it happen? Which force in the square-inch spirit realm?
Tian's expression is one smothering, half-believing and half-doubting ground stares at the Dragon Demon to ask a question one after another, waiting for his answer. You know, by the time of the siege of the 8 Yupu realms, the Murphy fish had already broken through to the Yuanying realm. On the earth, it was almost impossible for Fangsuan spirit realm to come to the dark friars of that realm.
If it's in Fangsuan Lingyu, Tian may believe that no matter what happens to Imofayu. However, Tian thinks it's incredible that he is captured by Fangsuan Lingyu on Earth.
Unless people in the square-inch spirit realm enter the Earth Star through the space channel of Qingming sect.
I only know that it's a person in Fangsuan Lingyu. I really don't know which force it is.
It happened 300 years ago, when Imofayu and Qingyi were no longer with me.
I know very little about the specific situation.
At this point, the Dragon Demon obviously showed an embarrassed look. I didn't agree that Qingyi met Imofayu at that time. The blood of the Dragon family decided that the choice of Taoist couple could only be limited to the Dragon family. But Murphy is a human race, which does not conform to the rules of the dragon. However, it is shameful to say that Qingyi eloped with Murphy and cooked the raw rice. I have to swallow the bitter fruit and admit the fact. Oh, I see, so you are a mean human, hateful human?
Tian's face looks like a smile.
It's one of the reasons, but I also have other hatred with the Terran.
Limited to the power of curse, I can't reveal too much.
After the relationship with Imofayu was eased, he mentioned the matter of Dante, so I have a little understanding. In that disaster, the cultivation of Imofayu was greatly damaged, and he was barely stable at the level of the sea view. However, Chingy had been seriously injured before, so it was difficult for him to exert his strength.
That's why people in the square-inch spiritual realm can take advantage of it.
Dragon demon recollection in general, told many years buried in the heart of the secret, expression with a bit bitter.
Yi Tian asked thoughtfully, since the dragon people have specific rules for blood combination, I don't know how Ling I can see the little apprentice again? It's not because Mo Feiyu is proficient in Dan Dao.
When the little girl's life is in danger, it's he who saved her life. That's why he secretly lives and agrees with each other.
The dragon demon shook his head helplessly and sighed.
Yi Tian's face sank when he saw the dragon demon's expression. Big dragon, don't get cheap and sell it again.
Are you good enough for your daughter? How much did it cost you?
You know, in the square-inch spiritual realm, there are 800 nuns who love non-fish.
You've got a big bargain. The last sentence, of course, was forced by Yi Tian's boasting.
However, the dragon demon still worries about the fact that Murphy married the dragon girl.
He doesn't mind taking a good hit on the evil dragon demon. Well, since they are all relatives, what about blood oath?
The dragon demon turned red and quickly changed the topic.
It's up to you. If you don't worry about me banning you, you don't have to swear by blood? Yi Tian's tone of indifference. Of course, blood oath is the most important oath of the dragon people, and what they say counts. Dragon demon in the heart Alin, in a twinkling of an eye eliminated the previous mind. Let's go.
Now that Yi Tian knows something about the ink fish, he doesn't know about the dragon demon.
He doesn't bother to ask again.
Dragon demon no longer said more, then look Asu, lips open, a drop of red blood essence from the mouth slowly fly to the front. The blood oath, with the essence and blood of our dragon wild, vows to all the gods. After today, the Red Emperor Yi Tian helps me repair the dragon Dan, refine the pill, and improve my realm. Our dragon wild, within the scope of our ability, will help the Red Emperor Yi Tian to solve his problems, go through fire and water, and never be the enemy. If you disobey this oath, heaven will destroy the earth.
The dragon demon took a little consideration and made an oath. With the oath finished, the blood essence suddenly glowed red.
The voice of the dragon demon came out from it and repeated what the dragon demon had just said. Yi Tian nodded, but also spit out a drop of blood essence, and then said, with my blood essence of Yi Tian, I swear to the gods of heaven, I Yi Tian to treasure exotic treasures, repair the dragon elixir of Longya, within the scope of my ability, collect the elixir, refine the elixir to improve the cultivation of Longya, if Longya spare no effort to help, I Yi Tian will never hide, fulfill my promise,
never be the enemy.
If you disobey this oath, heaven will destroy the earth.
The oath of blood is over. Oath just finished, Yi Tian's blood essence is also red, repeated Yi Tian's oath.
Then 2 drops of blood essence flashed strangely and fused into 1 drop. Then the red light is in full swing, and Yi Tian and the dragon demon are wrapped in it. After counting the breath, the red light is divided into 2 parts. If the wind blows through the clouds, they enter into the 2 people's bodies respectively. The heaven and the earth are clear, as if the red light has never appeared.
Great dragon, happy cooperation. Yi Tian smiles and nods.
Since the blood oath is successful, he completely puts down his heart. Killing the dragon demon is not good for him. Keeping this guy is also a big help for him.
Yi Tian, I hope you won't let me down.
If you can really repair the dragon elixir and improve your skill, I will surely repay you.
Dragon demon nods slightly, a pair of eyes full of expectation to see Yi Tian. Yi Tian doesn't know what the dragon demon thinks.
He smiles back, and then 3 drops of nature liquid wrapped in medicine film appear in his hand and throw it to Longya. Big dragon, you can repair the dragon pill now. Long Yi took the liquid, scanned it, and sent it to the entrance without hesitation.
Ilong stands opposite each other, waiting silently. Yi Tianjian opens his eyes and observes the elixir field of the dragon demon.
After entering the elixir field, the liquid turned into a crystal-clear white mist, wrapped the crack-filled dragon elixir in it, and immediately turned into countless white ons pouring into the crack of dragon elixir. Long Dan began to rotate slowly. With the influx of more and more light, Longdan's rotation speed became faster and faster. Finally, with Yuan Tian Yi Tian could only see a dazzling light spinning at high speed. When the light gradually disappeared, the body of Long Dan appeared, but there was no crack. Not only that, the original dark color of the Dragon Dan, at this time was a white, crystal clear general, like clear jade. Boom! Just when Yi Tian wanted to continue to observe, the Dragon Demon's body was shocked, and the whole person exuded a terrible momentum.
This? Yi Tianlu's feeling turned out to be the full atmosphere of the sea view. Congratulations to Dalong.
Not only has the dragon elixir been completely restored, but also it has made great progress. Congratulations, Yi Tian said with a smile that he was very happy in his heart. The stronger Long Ye was, the better it was for him.
Ha, thanks to Emperor Dan. I can't believe that Emperor Dan has the power to conquer heaven and earth.
Originally, I thought that I could repair the elixir within 1 year, which was the biggest surprise. Unexpectedly, it recovered in an instant, and the realm was improved.
This time, I really took up the stool. Long Ye laughs heartily.
That kind of smile comes from the bottom of his heart, and the whole person becomes jubilant.
Yi Tianyi waved his hand. Ah, big dragon, this is the holy medicine I gave you. Otherwise, it will not have this effect. However, in order to make up for my loss, will all the treasures of the underground palace be delivered to me?
This. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Long Ye hesitated a little. Then he turned his eyes and said, "Baby's business is not in the blood oath. However, in order to show his gratitude to Emperor Dan, I can give you an hour. You can enter the underground palace by yourself and find everything you want.
If you get nothing, you can't blame me for not helping out." An hour? It's a little short. If so, can I go into the underground palace with my companion? Yi Tian thought about it and said to retreat. Okay, it's a deal.
Long Ye agreed without hesitation. At this time, the smile on his face was more prosperous, and a trace of cunning color flashed in his eyes.
Why, are those 4 your companions? The smile hasn't collected completely. The dragon demon suddenly looks to a certain direction of the sky.
At this time, Yi Tian released his mind and observed it, but he still didn't feel it. But he knew very well that the 4 people that the dragon demon sensed must be the remaining 4 square-inch spiritual regions.
Big dragon, those 4 are the monks who came to Fengsu and Lingyu to avenge your daughter today.
However, before avenging, you should cooperate with me to play a play.
Yi Tianlu ponders and sends a message to Long Ye. In the sky 100 miles away from Yi Tian and Long Ye,
4 dark friars coming from the square-inch spirit realm are flying forward with their swords.
Funyo, do you feel it?
One of the friars, a thin man with a gloomy face, was flying and frequently asked one of his companions.
Don't worry.
What's the use of worry?
Although that person's realm is low, I can't imagine that his mana is so long.
I can feel the breath of his passing here, but I can't accurately locate it. Next to Funyo, he was a burly man with a height of more than 2 meters, a big arm, a round waist, and a fierce face. At this time, he came back with a trace of impatience.
From last night to this morning, they followed the dragon demon and Yi Tian all the time.
Although they were all in the middle of the sea view, their flying speed was not fast.
But they can't reach the speed of dragon demon in the later stage of the sea view, and they don't have Yi Tian's abnormal liquid, so they are far behind by dragon demon and Yi Tian.
I had to take a rest to recover the exhausted mana. If it wasn't for the light breath of Yi Tian and the dragon demon that they could occasionally feel along the way, which made them always have the idea of pursuing, otherwise, they would have given up. Or think Yi Tian has already been destroyed by the dragon demon. After all, the strength difference between the two is too great.
That person is indeed a little strange.
The Lord told us not to take action easily, but to be responsible for inquiring about the news.
It's not unreasonable.
Another person nearby also said that even if they had a rest, the mana in their body would be consumed seriously. I'm afraid they would not support too much time with all their strength.
Otherwise, let's have a rest.
For security reasons, he immediately proposed. When Funyo heard the words, he pondered a little. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he suddenly looked forward and said in a deep voice, "I can't rest. I have sensed the existence of that man."
Go and have a look. Pay attention, don't do it at will. The other 3 people's spirits were shocked, and they continued to urge the flying sword to fly forward with Funyo.
Lord, we have traced the breath of the target again. We are moving towards the target 7 or 8 miles away. While flying, Funyo takes out the circular telephonic device and reports the current situation. The man's voice came from the Tongyin spirit weapon: pay attention to safety, report any situation at any time. Lord, the naked eye can see that the target and the dragon demon are fighting. The target's mana may be running out now, and the dragon demon has an overwhelming advantage. When you see the huge dragon demon fighting with Tian in the distant sky, Funyo sends a message again. At this time, in Funyo's eyes, the 9-heavy monk in the cave was already at the end of the crossbow. He rushed left and right, but never got out of the interception of the dragon demon. It seems that the dragon demon didn't mean to kill each other. Instead, it was a playful situation, forcing each other into a mess and danger. At a certain moment, the dragon demon's body swung, and a loud dragon chant came out of his mouth. The bloody mouth suddenly bit away at the Terran friar, and then the dragon head swung, and a clear chant came out again. And the famous monk had disappeared. From the perspective of the 4 monks, we can't see the dragon demon devouring the famous monk, but from the situation just now, they have realized what happened. Lord, that monk on the 9th floor of the cave has been devoured by the dragon demon.
Please tell me what to do next.
Funyo did not dare to neglect, and immediately reported what he saw to the middle-aged man.
Well, if you're dead, go ahead with the previous task.
At the same time, find out the identity of the Terran monk, determine where he has been, and make a careful investigation in Tongyin Lingqi. The middle-aged man pondered a little and said so.
Yes, Lord.
Lord, the dragon demon is coming to us.
Just before the end of the call, Funyo made a sound again. As you can see, the dragon demon roared and flew quickly. Dragon demon in the later stage of the sea view? Funyo, you 4 can try it out. If you can fight, fight. If you can't fight, retreat. Don't be rash.
Under the command of the Lord, Funyo made a gesture to the 3 companions. Each of the 4 stood in the air with flying swords, waiting for the dragon demon to come and give it a heavy blow. However, all of a sudden, Funyo found that the dragon demon's breath seemed to be different from that of yesterday. After a little induction, his face changed greatly, and he yelled, "Disperse and evacuate, the dragon demon has broken through to the view of the sea." While talking, the dragon demon was already flying. The dragon claw suddenly grabbed Fu Long's head. With a click, Fu Long's brain burst and died immediately. Almost at the same time, the dragon demon's huge dragon tail swung between the other person's chest and abdomen. Only for a moment, the person's body turned into a piece of meat, with bright red color, falling to the earth.
Lord, the dragon demon killed Funyo and Jiafu.
A monk who escaped to a distance quickly took out the instrument to report.
This is the request of the Lord. He must pass back the situation at that time at any time, even between the moment of life and death. The dragon demon didn't stop killing them.
Instead, his body flashed. The huge dragon body came to the friar like lightning, spitting out a raging flame, burning each other to ashes in a flash. With another breath of dragon, the last dark monk who had escaped tens of meters was smashed into meat mud. Until this time, not far away in the air, Yi Genius slowly showed his figure. When he saw that the full dragon had become so powerful, he was more ecstatic than surprised.
No matter how powerful the dragon is, it's also my arm. Emperor Dan, you have to refine the elixir for me to improve my cultivation as soon as possible.
I killed 4 of them according to your will. They have sent the situation back to Fengsuan spirit realm.
You are safe for the time being. I'm afraid that the Lord of Darkness will send a strong one to deal with me next.
I'm not sorry to die, but I can't finish the blood oath, so I'm not to blame. Looking at Yi Tian, who is busy cleaning the battlefield after landing on the ground, Longye recovers his human form and follows up, saying with worry.
Don't worry about that. Fengsuan spirit realm can't come to a more powerful monk than you for the time being. Even if it may come in the future, you can't beat it. You can go to me and I'll protect you.
Yi Tian reaches out his hand and grabs a flying sword dropped by a dark friar.
He receives it from Shumi commandment and goes back to the way indifferently. For Yi Tian's words, the dragon demon didn't agree. He sighed, if I can't beat you, can I count on you? Where is my realm?
I only need to recover my cultivation, but you are practicing from the beginning and improving step by step. I'm afraid that by that time, I will be able to throw you thousands of miles away.
Haha, not necessarily?
Yi Tian chuckled, and his mind began to collect the spoils. After all, I was once Emperor Dan.
Don't underestimate my ability.
However, you are clearly practicing from the beginning.
What can Dante do? But it's faster than usual.
So, the point is to refine pills for me.
The dragon demon is still worried. Do you want to make a bet?
If one day the Dark Friar comes, if I can't help you, I'll put down all my affairs and find medicine for you. If you can help you get rid of the enemy, you will leave Tianqi and follow me. You can wait for me at any time for 10 years. Yi Tian, with a smile, defeated the dragon demon army.
10 years, for the long life of dragon demon, it's just a short moment. Listening to Yi Tian's words, Long Ye's eyes lit up. What you said is true. Yi Tian nodded. I'm Dante. How can I not keep my word?
Besides, you're my precious apprentice's cheap father-in-law.
You're all a family. If you don't believe it, we can make another blood oath.
Blood oath is not necessary.
I can trust you. I hope you will not break your promise. I'll take the bet. The dragon demon laughed happily.
He had already begun to imagine that on that day, Yi Tian would become his own Danu and serve for his restoration of cultivation.
However, Yi Tian's eyes flashed a ray of joy.
If you can let the dragon demon leave Tianqi Underground Palace and drive him for 10 years, you can do too many things. At least you can arrange the sky to guard the Miluo Palace, without your biggest worries.
A moment later, Yi Tian saw that all the spoils had been cleaned up, and then he and the dragon demon gathered together and said, Big Dragon, you've been chasing me for so long, and the distance is too far. It's better to take me on the way home and find your treasure in your underground palace. I'll go to find medicine and alchemy for you as soon as possible. Ah, since Dante said so, it's on my back. It's not difficult.
The dragon demon agreed to it almost without consideration. As the dragon demon recovers, Yi Tian jumps on the dragon's back and says, Big Dragon, you can't be called Emperor Dan anymore.
It's bad for us to expose our identity. You just call me Yi Tian. The dragon demon soared into the sky and flew towards the Tianqi lake, but he said, as long as you refine the elixir for me to recover my cultivation, don't call it Yi Tian, it's okay to pour it. Well, that's it. You'll call me God in the future. Yi Tianyi patted the old dragon's back and said with a laugh. Ah, Yi Tian, are you taking advantage of me?
Dragon Wild to See by Yi Tian drill a loophole, immediately refute.
Yi Tian laughs, Dragon, you still say that the dragon is a promise. How can you go back on it?
You clearly say that it's okay to call it upside down.
It's Tianai, not Tianai. Long Yi stressed. Well, it's Tianai. I'll listen to your call. Yi Tian immediately went down the slope. Anyway, the dragon demon chased him too far away. He didn't know where he was now.
The journey was lonely and he just had a fight with the dragon demon.
Well, it's Tianai. Tianai the dragon demon finally gave in. With the two voices of Tianai in my ears, Yi Tianman nodded. It sounds no different from Tianai.
The mysterious space of Fangsuan Lingyu. On a jade table with exquisite workmanship, there are 4 broken jade plates with dark colors. The middle-aged man with black fog around the table stares at the jade plate for a long time and is silent. Beside him, beside Xuanji, there is a handsome young man in black. Although he looks good, he can see the obvious evil spirit in his eyes. Because of the existence of this young man, Xuanji has changed into a solemn dress, and her look has also converged from her previous flattery. She looks quite dignified. Luozhan, since that monk Zhozhong in the cave is dead, your task should be adjusted slightly. Besides exploring the immortal opportunity, you should also kill the dragon demon. However, we need to be careful. Living examples are in front of us. In the middle of the sea-watching period, the 11 were doomed because of carelessness. You must remember that at a certain moment, the middle-aged man looked up at the young man in the fog and told him. The young man in black immediately said, please don't worry, Lord, Luozhan will successfully complete the task, revenge for Taoling, but it's cheap for the monk, otherwise, I will make him suffer from purgatory. Well, if you think about it, you will be able to fight for Wang and solve his problems. It will take some time for you to meet the conditions for your arrival. During this time, you put down all your affairs and just prepare for your arrival. If you need any treasure, let Xuanji arrange it for you. The middle-aged man said, gently waved. Luozhan also no longer said more. He bowed down and left the space. High above the sky, the dragon demon flies to the direction of the Tianqi lake. In order to avoid shocking the world, the dragon demon always flies at a very high altitude. From the ground, it's almost a black spot, but it doesn't attract anyone's attention. At noon, according to Yi Tian's guidance, the dragon demon flies over Shixiang's house. Let the dragon demon wait in the sky for a moment. Yi Tian drives the flying sword and lands directly in the courtyard. In the distance, he saw Shixiong, He Qing, He Chan, and Shaoli looking around in the yard. Yi, you are back at last. We thought you were abducted by the fox spirit. Seeing Yi Tian fall into the yard, Shixiong comes over happily and punches Yi Tian's chest. How did you turn off your phone? Yi Tian's heart is warm. He can see that on a cold day, these people are really worried about themselves, so they are waiting outside. And from the cold on them, we can sense that they have been standing in the cold for a long time. Yi Tian took out his mobile phone and shook it to Shixiang. He said with a smile, the mobile phone is dead. Don't worry about me. You don't know my ability. Fox Spirit can't help me at all. The speaker has no intention, but the listener has intention. She is a spirit in herself. She looks unnatural when she hears the words of Fox Spirit. However, Yi Tian didn't pay attention to this detail. He waved to Shixiang, you take Cicada into the house, I have something to do with Yanqing, go out. With these words, he waved to her and motioned her to stand on the flying sword. He Qing generally understood what Yi Tian was looking for, so he didn't ask more questions, so he went over according to his words. Yi Tian exerts his magic power, and the fierce sword rises from the ground and flies high into the sky. Looking at the more and more distant figure in the sky, Shixiong scratched his head and said to himself, it's so greasy. I didn't expect that the leaf tastes so heavy. Ah, Jiaolong, it is this Jiaolong that occupies the underground palace. Seeing the dragon demon in the sky from a distance, the body of Zhu Qing on the flying sword trembles and clings to Yi Tian. It seems that the deep dinosaur demon will eat her in a rage. Don't be afraid of yourself. Yi Tian patted Yu Qing on the shoulder and comforted him. He Qing nodded doubtfully, but he could not help his fear. The dragon was too big and ferocious. God, this is your partner. It seems that you have seen him somewhere. Seeing the green in front of Yi Tian's body, the dragon demon said thoughtfully. At this time, because of her fat body, the green changed so much from her previous appearance. The dragon demon was not impressed with her at that time, so he didn't recognize her for a moment. Yes, this is my companion. Let's go to your underground palace together. Yi Tian nodded, restrained the smile in his heart, and took the lead to fly to the direction of Tianqi. The dragon demon changed into a man again, catching up with Yi Tian and reminding him, Tianqi is a dead place, because there is a powerful field array inside, but nothing can be seen from the outside. Once you go deep into the Tianqi lake, the field array will start. If you don't know how to get in and out of the array, no matter ordinary people or practitioners, you can't survive. If you don't have absolute assurance, don't go in rashly, or you will die in it. Who will give me back to alchemy? It doesn't matter. I went in to collect the treasure, not to die. No matter what treasure you find, don't go back on it. Yi Tian has learned the situation of Tianqi and underground palace from Jueqing. He has a clear idea in his mind. He comes with Jueqing to be more secure. I didn't lie to you, think twice. Seeing Yi Tian's indifference, the dragon demon was worried. He thought he would retreat when he talked to Yi Tian about this. The original agreement of an hour was just a slip of the tongue. Alright, just follow the agreement. While Yi Tian was talking, his party had come to the sky above the Tianqi lake and landed on the surface of the lake quickly.
Just follow my figure. Don't make a mistake. Come here first. With the guidance of Zhu Qing, Yi Tianyu's sword comes to a place in Tianqi. Then Zhu Qing jumps down and enters into Tianqi. Shu Wei done. Yi Tian puts away the fierce sword, drinks a lo, and then enters the Tianqi lake.
Almost at the same time, his body becomes invisible in the green water of Tianqi Lake, and no trace can be found. What a rich aura! As soon as he entered the water, Yi Tian felt the rich aura inside, which was more than 10 times higher than that outside.
There's a spirit locking array here, which blocks the aura under Tianqi.
She said a word casually, and then she twisted her body. The human body seemed to turn into a light and shadow, which had a strange and incredible deformation, and entered a certain section of water. Yi Tian's source eye has been opened, and the field array in Tianqi water turns into countless rays and light curtains, which are clearly visible in his eyes. Even if he didn't lead the way, Yi Tian is confident that he can crack these field arrays.
It's just a matter of time. Now it's easy to get rid of everything.
She has lived here for tens of thousands of years. When she was still a gas, she was familiar with everything here. Now when she comes back to her hometown again, she has ups and downs in her heart. Needless to say, the most important thing is to do something for Yi Tian and show her value. Fearing that Yi Tian might encounter danger and not be able to keep up with his own pace, Yi Qing started to walk slowly.
Yi Tian Shu Wei done, although she can't see Yi Tian's body, she can feel his existence. She can see Yi Tian following him unimpeded all the way, avoiding all the Dharma array mechanisms and diving to Tianqi without obstacles. She realized that she underestimated Yi Tian. Then, her speed was faster, and the original powerful killing array was avoided by her one by one. The dragon wild that follows behind is more and more startled at this time. He originally waited for Yi Tian two people to be in danger, or help each other. However, at this time, he just knew that his worry is superfluous. That woman's attainments of field array are so high that there are no mediocre people around him. Long Yi thought in his heart that although he was shocked, he still didn't think much of it. He had high attainments in field array, so he might not be able to find those hidden treasures, right? Half an hour later, Yi Qing led the way to the depth of Tianqi. The field array below is even more powerful. If you enter the field array from other places, you must touch and kill the array. You can only go out of those places, but you can't go in. At this point, she stopped slightly, so she explained. Yi Tian hears the speech and nods silently. That's right. Otherwise, you can go in from anywhere. This field array is too playful. It is in the interests of those who arrange the array that the so-called cunning rabbits can go out everywhere. From here, through the field array, to the underground, there is a vast underground palace, which is divided into 36 districts. As she continued to move forward, she was even more distorted, sometimes just like a thin piece of paper, passing through the tiny gap of the field normal array. Is it her? The dragon demon always stares at her back. Suddenly, from her words, she feels that this woman must have been to the underground palace. Otherwise, even if she knows how to break the field array, she will never know the details of the underground palace. The situation of the past years in the underground palace flashed through his mind one by one, and he suddenly remembered who this woman was.